We'll see how good things actually are. Okay. Sorry, everybody. So let's see. X2, are you still around? If you're around, I'll answer your question. Although, okay, welcome back. So, neat clicks, thank you. It's actually software. It's called Clack. Third, what is the non-Helix editor? Where do you see a non-Helix editor? If you're seeing, this is my browser looking at some GitHub. This is Helix. This is Helix. So I think everything is Helix that you're seeing. Everything is Helix. Yeah. Okay. So during lunch, I was thinking about this validator interface. This is not bad, but this is actually not what we want. Or rather, this is not wrong as it is. The problem is maybe more than lock. This should be something like token. But instead of being like a token, like this, okay, this is fine. But for example, when validating aliases, I don't actually want to do it this way. I could do it this way, but I don't. I want to do it with layout. Maybe layout, I want to be this way, yes. But for aliases, I need something. I thought you said it was something else. No, all Helix all along. So the problem is that we need something different, something like, we need a concept of a path, I think, as a linked list. No, in this case, is something more complicated. I'm trying to do something weird. So what I'm trying to do here is to parse Ziggy data, but I'm not using a parser that produces an AST. So I could use a parser that makes an AST, and then I could validate the AST, and then try to turn the AST into a type. That would work. But what I would like, so the problem is, I would like to parse everything into a type, into page directly, but also I would like to run a validator, which basically should do this. Sorry. It should do this. It should... it should allow me to validate things as they are parsed, kind of like in real time. The issue with this is that if I were to build, okay, so why am I doing this? Let me maybe bring up a concrete example so you can take a look at. So let's say that I'm here and I'm trying to validate layout, and I see that layout has the wrong value, right? So what I would like to do is be able to say, well, yes, not only I want to point out that your layout value is wrong, but I also want to be able to point in the source file where this layout thing is. So I want to be able to basically print the line and then show the squigglies and tell you, look, it's line something, column something. The problem is that when you have a parser that parses into a type, like if I have something that parses into page, and then I want to do some extra validation afterwards. So the point is that it's not that you have a syntax error here. The syntax is fine. It's just, let's say that you have an empty string. An empty string is an invalid value for layout. So what I would like is to be able to point it out in the source code, but you lose source code information once you have a page, because the page doesn't tell you where the things that it had come from in the source code. So I guess what we could do is that in case of an error, we reparse in case of validation errors, we reparse everything, and then in case of an error, we reparse everything, we get an AST, and so we we point out the error over the AST. Okay. The problem is that information is lost once the parsing is done. So what I was thinking is this validator interface idea, where you pass a validator and validator gets invoked multiple times. The problem is that there is no really efficient way of making this validator. Like, this validator has an overhead. It has a serious overhead, which is annoying. So what I'm thinking is that on an error of this kind, then we really should just reparse the thing. Is there a case when you don't intend to run the validator? No, not really. But the idea is that the error case is the unhappy path. And so doing this extra bookkeeping might be worth. So the thing is, I can validate. I don't need validation can happen afterwards. That's what we've been doing here. We're already doing the validation afterwards. The problem is that if we validate afterwards, so like we validate over the reified page struct, we can recognize that things are wrong, but then from this location, we cannot tell you which line of your Ziggy source code is the one that contains the wrong alias. We can tell you. I can tell you what is the value, the wrong alias value. Also, let's talk about layout. So I can tell you that your layout value is wrong because it's an empty string, but I cannot tell you which line contains layout. I cannot give you like a file colon line colon column. I can't do that because here I lost information about the source stuff. Now I could keep track of the source stuff every single time, and that would basically mean using, instead of parsing directly into a type, I could parse into an AST. But the thing is, in the happy path, the case where there are no errors, that's slower than parsing directly into this guy. So what I'm thinking is, no, we don't do the validator stuff. We just do the normal validation. But then when that happens, in the error reporting code, we parse the Ziggy file again, this time as an AST. And this time we basically, to provide you with line location, we use the AST info because that one will still have tokens in it. I like this approach more because this one otherwise there is no way for me to have this thing do the right thing every time without extra overhead. This will inherently have overhead. Okay, so no more validator interface. Let's switch directly to this. Is there a reason to not add location data to the page? Are there recursive structures? Oh, yeah. The Ziggy can have deeply nested stuff in it. So this one is, what you see here is an example of it. It's fairly flat, but then you can have also custom. And in custom, the user can put whatever they want, and they can go arbitrarily deep. So what I would say is, yeah, this is the right approach. I think not, because again, in the happy path case, I don't care about any of that bookkeeping. And I don't want to do that because I don't have to print errors. So I don't have to tell you where, in which line layout comes from of the original Ziggy front matter. So yeah, I'm happy with this approach, I think. So let me see again how this works. So we call the diagnostic, syntax error. Validation in vision. In custom. Validation in custom should only be format parse. No? Yes, in that case, yes. But in general, well, maybe if we find a way of making this work, we could provide also some fancier validation on the side of layouts, because layouts might want to navigate deep into that thing and might want to be able to assert that a field is always present, a custom field is always present as some kind of like prerequisite. But I guess we'll see. So now I have, I think, a problem of ordering because I call validate front matter on P. So let's see, this function accepts a whole page, but it gets called, well, okay. This function gets called before parsing the super, let's say after. And before parsing the superMD body. So this expects to be able to access FM analysis errors. And then the front matter stuff. And that's it. And I think we should leave it at that. So you know what we can do? We can maybe do it this way. We have to decide that type, but basically we pass it in. We say do not access parse. Do not access underscore parse from this function. Okay. Then what do we do next? So that means that we can now move this above here. We have to make our own separate array list. What's this type? There's also this giant type that I hate here. Layout, alias, alternative. Oh man, right, I have to use V, otherwise it doesn't work. Sorry, you're gonna have to hear the bad sound for a moment. Oh, I'm missing a parenthesis. All right, because I took away also the array list. Front matter analysis error. I guess we can take this down and move it between parse and validate front matter or below validate front matter. Let's put it between these two. Okay. Hey, Valgo. These click sounds keep tickle something deep in you. Validate front matter. So we do it correctly. Okay, so we are validating the front matter at this point at the right moment in time. What we can do is then assert on it. Although, you know what? To be honest, here's the idea. Wait a second. Why do I want to do this first? I actually want unconditionally to access everything. So actually doing this afterwards is not a big deal, honestly. But no, I think it's fine to do it first. I'm gonna put a note. Note. We continue. Know that a format validation error does not prevent us from parsing the super lead data correctly. So we do that unconditionally in order to report pport in order to report more errors at once. And here the only thing that we're missing is FM analysis errors. Now here's the problem though. The problem is we do parse this page, but how do we know that the page has I think we need something different. We need Ziggy and then we need something like from matter validation. Ziggy analysis. I guess my point is we need to know when something needs to be we need to know when something needs to be can be rendered or not. And it previously used to be that this needed to be okay, and we also needed the AST error list to be empty. But I think it's not that simple. It seems to me that also analysis errors shouldn't be there unconditionally. It should be there only as part of this union. Maybe we should rename this to framing. Framing, then Ziggy, then front matter. Framing, Ziggy, front matter. God damn it. The front matter contains invalid data. And that leaves us with okay, I guess. Front matter and okay like this. No, that's not true. We want to parse this also in the case of front matter. Never mind. I know that's what I was saying. Yeah, if it's front matter or okay, then the AST is present. It feels kind of weird though to leave this as okay if there is no AST parsing error. The problem is there might be both a front matter error and AST errors. So I think this is fine. We basically need to know that okay doesn't fully mean okay. It means that we did parse everything successfully. Maybe I should rename okay to, I don't know, maybe SMD errors, but it's fine. Let's leave it as okay for now. Okay, this all makes lots of sense. So let's see how we do with assignment in parse. So we do FMI AE, then we parse everything. Hey, I'm lag, let's go. State parsed. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. The problem is, wait a second, even if it's front matter is parsed. Are you looking forward to the long anticipated return of the compiler detective agency? I actually am. I really am. And you know what? We need to find, like last time you found what you thought to be a minor crime being committed, you know, something like not even worth of jail, something that would like, it's like a ticket. You would just issue them a ticket, but instead you discovered a huge ring of crimes being committed against vectorized arithmetics at comp time. So who knows what other crime we will discover if we do another detective agency stream. Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I was reading the issue. I also read finally how you ended up articulating it. In hindsight, like reading it with I don't know, cool mind, it does make sense to me to want to be conservative with having arithmetic result in undefined, even if it's trivial that the undefined is not a problem. Because I think that once you start, like the problem is that once you start trying to tackle that surface, either you have like a few well-known common cases, like multiplying undefined by 0, that results in 0. And so you say, well, then it's fine. Then we don't make this return undefined. But then you will always have some more, I suspect you will always have some more complicated stuff that then it would become increasingly expensive and complicated to resolve analytically, if you will. So at this point, it seems to me that there is no nice place where to draw the line, except at the very beginning. Yeah, this is what a simple little one-line fix evolved into. $11,000 purple lines. Is that purple or is that blue? I think it's purple. Let's see. The only situation in which an operation with a completely known operand has a completely known result is that if the operand is undefined, in which case the result is either undefined or a compile error. This could potentially be loosened in the future. Yeah, I was referring to this part. Honestly, I'm in hindsight, it seems to me that this is not a bad place to be, because you will have a short list of things that you can resolve, but then you will always have, I feel like you might always have like some weirdo things that in theory you could resolve to a known value, but then you don't because it's too complicated and you haven't implemented it and you don't recognize it. So maybe it's just not a bad idea. I might be wrong though. You know what? Probably some concrete examples would help clarify what the right approach is. In any case, look at new files in test compile errors. Test cases compile errors. Undefined arithmetic is illegal. Loading. Browser is kind of lagging. Let's see. For arithmetic operations, we can trigger illegal behavior. This test evaluates those operations with undefined operands or partially undefined vector operands and ensures that a compile error is emitted as expected. Nice. Holy cow. Okay. 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 Jesus, I'm gonna stop because we're at like two of more of these. Holy cow. But also, how does that thing work? Because it tries to find a line that contains your substring. Or I guess it does that in order. So it consumes the input until it finds a match. And then it then does the next match with the remaining input, I'm guessing. So, okay. So that works. Okay, let's see this one. Arithmetic operations which cannot trigger illegal behavior. This test evaluates those operations with undefined operands or partially blah, blah, blah. And then uses compile log to validate the results are as expected in terms of comp time known undefined. Wrapping condition. U is undefined of a given integer type. V is a vector of 2 ints. Oh, nice. And now you do all the combinations. Undefined here, undefined there, undefined both cases. One column of undefined, another column of undefined. Lots of undefined. Nice. Saturated condition. Jesus. There we go. Okay. That's cool. That's very cool. Nice. I'm going to leave you an emoji on the GitHub issue. Rocket ship. Actually, you know what? Give you a heart. Oh, I can do both. Let's go. Why is there no space after comment? Good question. Good question. Some checks were not successful. Yeah, definitely some of them were not successful. Yeah, I'm guessing this is why. Okay, cool. Yeah, looking forward to it actually. For real, we should schedule a stream. So how do I want to represent this stuff? I want to represent this stuff is the front matter. I guess we do front matter and then we leave it at that. And then we say that we only continue analysis if status is okay and list of errors in parsing. If it's parsed and then list of errors in parsing is, yeah, that sounds good to me. There you go. Let's put it this way. The front matter data is in order and the file was parsed. Okay, so this becomes parsed. Then the errors here are going to be framing, Ziggy, and then dot front matter validation, which was here. So we want, the case is front matter What were we doing here? Oh, we were not printing. We're not doing front matter here. Wait, what? So we were skipping front matter error printing. Here we were analyzing. Right. The story is that we were actually not really checking layout. We were adding layout here if it turns out to actually not even be a file. Let's see. We should figure out a date, but I also need to find something for us to do. Yes, we should figure out a date. Well, you know what? Maybe let's chat about this later. And yeah, we should definitely figure out also something to do. I mean, if you're into macho plus dwarf, we could do the fuzzing stuff. I made some progress. I got the basics of the fuzzer working on macOS, but then I failed to load debug info. And I kind of got stuck because I couldn't debug the WebAssembly because none of the WebAssembly debugging tooling cared to work. So I was a little bit stuck there. But of course, if you have, if you have a case, if you have a case that you want to pursue, then sure. Okay, so here we're doing the layout stuff and appending to parse analysis errors layout. Oh no. So here's how we were exploiting the fact that FM analysis errors was always available to us. We were exploiting it in here. So we're saying, well, if we find it, then great, we bail out. Otherwise, we add a job to load. God damn it, man. What's going on in that house? Fix your, you need to debug that house a little bit. You spent, you worked on adding new features to your house, and, it's in a completely broken state, man. You need to fuzz your house a little bit. Run it in Valgrind or something. So what I was saying is, yeah, we should find a date. If you have a case that you want to pursue, then if you find a case that you think it's interesting, we could look at your case on stream. Otherwise, if you're into macho plus dwarf, we could try to get fuzzing working on macOS. I made some progress. I got the fuzzer working on macOS, so the basics work. But loading dwarf info is wrong, and so I don't know. Maybe we could try to do that. The place where I got stuck with dwarf debug info loading is that the WebAssembly thing was not functioning correctly. The WebAssembly blob that runs in the browser was not running correctly, and none of the debugging tooling that I was supposed to be able to use was working. So I didn't know how to proceed from there. I got kind of stuck. Hold RC 0, add job, and then we look at analysis errors. And then we look at content parsing errors. I guess we can just move these up one notch and say in here we report these. And then this, instead of being layout, this is an if. Some kind of condition that I have still to think about. And then this error reporting happens here. Maybe. Um, hmm. I was being very sneaky with my previous usage of this stuff. Now I can't be as sneaky, unfortunately. So I'm thinking that delaying these errors is not a bad idea. I guess what we basically do is this. We say or else we switch p dot underscore parse dot status, and we say it's either front matter or parsed. It's front matter. And if it's parsed, we change it, I guess. So if we do p to parse the status is there we go. Basically, what we say is, yeah, we thought that it was parse, but actually we roll back. It does have a front matter problem related to layout. So we break out and then we print these errors. There we go. I think we should back into building condition or close to. Last famous words. Which ones and all possibilities? Right. We need to put the other ones to impossible. Parse key validator. Oh. Let's see. Extracted type, blah, blah, blah. Found something else. Page 161. Status. Oh, right. Framing. Okay. Back to working condition. Let's improve on our error reporting in case of front matter failures. This is the thing that I was mentioning where I think what we should do is if there are front matter failures, we reparse the front matter as an AST and we write code to actually show that correctly. So we already do some of that. It just needs to be more solid and actually useful. So we have errors that are based on this thing, and we're saying just like path error has a title, and then error.fmt. Calls the front matter, which says does not exist in the layouts directory path, is an invalid input output path, blah blah blah. So we have this thing that prints something, but I also want to see the line, and I also want to know the line before then. So here I want to be able to say line column, and I don't have that info. So what I want is to be able to do this. So I think that here we need a parse. Here we need an AST. So something like this, like const AST equals AST equals something, and then in here we say maybe let's call it info, and it's going to be error dot info. And we pass P, and we pass the AST, and then we do here we do like info dot line info dot call. Also, why does this have a trailing comma? Oh, I was experiencing that weirdo multiple things on the same line thing, huh? And then I need something, one last thing, which is something that given it prints a line and underlines a token, basically. How do we do that? Not on your end. I mean, oh no. Well, it could be worse, I guess. At least you can still access some website that tells you your internet condition. Better than not even being able to do that. So where do we put the source code? I think it should be like this. Error, blah, blah, blah. And then we do source code here. And then we do note. And then we have the info. So this should be like info.fmt line. And I don't know what we would need to give to it. FMT source, something like this, maybe. Something along those lines, I think. That's a lot of annoying work, but it's good that we do it. It's good that we do it. So Ziggy should be able to do this stuff. So we don't, info doesn't exist. We're also calling info on an error. That part is fine. I think that this FMT stuff though should not be, it should be on a type return from Ziggy. Like Ziggy should give us the error line stuff. I also have this thing implemented somewhere, and I probably will need to copy paste it brutally. And I even probably have it implemented in a couple of different places, so we'll see. In any case, let's go do this. Or maybe we should make this row and call. I like row and call. So let's go implement our info. And this should be not just FMT, but like node FMT. Okay, node FMT. So we have the error, we have the page. I think we're gonna need also the AST. I'm not even sure we need the page. We might just need the AST. This is actually just a span, basically. Well, actually, yeah, this is not even really a real info thing. It's just a span. Okay, what do we have span-wise in Ziggy? Now watch me not having anything. Like, back to the Middle Ages. Let's see. Diagnostic tokenizer schema AST. What's in AST? Please, dude, have something in here. Have something useful. For the love of God. Render fields, print comments, render value. Yeah, we don't have shit. Yeah, we don't have shit. Tokenizer, my friend. Dude, have something, please. We have get selection. That's not bad. That returns a selection. What's a selection? Start and end position. That is not bad. Is there something like a print line around selection? Of course not. Well, I have it somewhere though. Okay, so this is already better. So that means that what we want to do here is expect this to return a Ziggy selection. So let's call it selection. Okay. I think a selection should also say if it's a single line or not. In any case, we can do get selection on a token. That's good. Also, what's in the AST? Oh, we have tokens on nodes. Thank fucking God. Okay. Does Node have any fancy printing? No, it doesn't have shit. Why would it have anything? Obviously. Code and nodes. Why does this AST keep track of code? I hate this, man. I learned how to do these things better in the meantime, but I'm still not great. Okay, so is selection public? It is selection. Oh, it's under lock. Don't tell me lock is under token. Oh God, okay. Right. Okay, the only thing that we're missing is find line around selection. I think the selection should also tell you if it's multi-line. And you can do so by seeing every time it sees a new line. We can do it like this, like lines. And it starts at 1. Or you know what? Let's not do that. Let's put it here. Oh no, that's the thing. Start and lines. Okay, so we know also the number of lines. That's actually useful for selecting a line around this stuff. Then what do we do? Okay, so we have selection. So let's actually implement the thing that returns us a selection given Ziggy AST. Okay, given a Ziggy AST, what do we want to do? So we want to switch on error. Depending on the error, we need to have different strategies. So errors are going to be layout, alias, alternative. Okay, if it's a layout, it's easy. If it's a layout, it's going to be scan until you find a field called layout. Okay, so does AST even have a root node? How does it work? How does my AST work? It just has nodes. I'm guessing root is node 0. Okay. Then node 0 is going to be a root. I guess we do next. I'm guessing we want to start from 1 at this point because we expect there to be stuff. It's going to be a root, and we basically want run 1 to be struct or map. It needs to be struct though in our case. Okay, so then how do I navigate? So it's a struct, and then we do struct field. Technically, we could do, I think, 3 immediately, and then do struct field, and then do struct field dot next sibling continuously. Okay, so we can keep it as an assert, basically. Okay, sorry, took me a while, but I got there. Current is going to be AST.nodes starting at 2. This might very well be a while true. How do siblings work? Next ID. So if it's a struct field, I think I need to do what's under a struct field. I think first child of a struct field is going to be the name, I'm guessing. So we need to take a look at that. And let's see, we find a place to struct. Struct field is a child of struct. That is correct. Struct field identifier, add child identifier. So it has two children, an identifier and a value. So if we found, we're missing a parenthesis here. So if we found layout, then we want to look at the value, and that's what we want to return. Tag and lock. Okay, so it's just dot lock. Yeah. Okay, so we have this. That's kind of it. Lock and then get selection. Oh, it wants the source to get selection. Okay. This is layout. Then we have alias and alternative. Alias contains just the index into aliases. So now we want to do the same, but not with layout, but with alias. And then we want to say we did find alias. Once we found alias, once we found the alias, we should say the value is going to be an array. So we need to look at the value. That's a list. And so technically for that list, we would need to do like next child, next child, next child, but I know they are in sequence. So I'm just going to do an addition and just say that the list is going to be identified on XID. But if I do identified on XID plus A, which is the number of children, although, yeah, no, they couldn't be malformed because we're also validating this thing. So we can actually do return directly. There you go. There you go. So this should be okay. And now we have alternatives. Man, so much work just to be able to provide you with line number. But this is fine. Hey, TS2DE, thank you. Sorry. T2SD. I'm so bad. T2SD, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Sorry, I'm deep in parser code and my brain can barely keep me alive as a human being. So I can't do much more than that. So for the people who have just joined, let me give you an idea of what we're working on. I'm working on a static site generator, and I have front matter data at the top of my content files, and the front matter is kind of like JSON. The file format is slightly different. It's not exactly JSON, but it's the same general idea. And basically, you could have invalid values. So this thing could parse correctly, and like the general shape could be correct, but then I could have like extra rules like this is a string, but it also needs to be non-empty, and like it needs to encode a path correctly. So there could be some validation that I want to do. And then I want to complain if the value is wrong. But not only do I want to complain in a way that it can also give you information about the source location where this thing is. The problem is I have a parser that parsers this data directly into a type. So normally you lose like source location because I never had an AST. So now I'm basically adding the code that in the error reporting code, what it does actually is parse an AST only in case of a validation error, and then it goes into the AST, navigates the AST to find basically the things that could go wrong and report them with location information as well. So here I'm doing identifier. Here I'm looking for alternatives. And this one is going to be more complicated because alternatives has multiple fields and they are optional, although it's fine because they are nested. So I can't do math though. For this one, I will have to do next. Like I will have to do a loop. So here's how it's going to work. I guess we can call it list. Well, but I don't want list. I want the first child of the list. So first alt is going to be nodes identifier next ID +1, I think. Because the other value is going to be the list. Then we do +1 to enter the first child. We don't do lock get selection, not yet. So we do first alternative and then we loop. So actually var looks like toml. It's not exactly toml. It's this thing. It's in one way is very different than TOML. Basically, it's TOML is a language where you can like extend things out of order. So it's kind of like a complicated language once you have to implement it for real. So this one is more like JSON. So like it's just one document and you read it in like in order, and you can have further code modify a data structure that you defined earlier, that kind of stuff. Oh, it's singular alternative. ID is indexed into alternatives. Perfect. Expected loop payload. Oh, yeah. Okay, then what else? So technically, once we get here, this is wrong though. I shouldn't be doing +1. Give me a sec. No, IDX. If IDX starts at 0, that's correct. Let's hope that IDX starts at 0. It should. So we do this, and then now we're at the right place. Now we need to switch on alt.kind. Is it called kind? It is called kind, and it can be name and or path. Name. So if it's name, then we basically need to find name. But I guess at this point it doesn't matter because I guess I can do this. So I'm now current alternative is centered. It's an object. Well, it's a struct centered at current alt, centered at the right alt. Now I need to navigate into it. So I need to do like field, current field maybe is going to be current alt. Well, it's going to be AST nodes. At current alt dot first child ID. And then do a while true. I'm also doing it wrong. I can't just do identifier. I will have to do identifier.source or something. Yeah, that's kind of an important thing. But in any case, U8, field name, and then let's put current field in the middle. No. Current field. If they're the same, then we return. Let me think about it for a moment. current field is a key value pair, actually. So it's not even the identifier. So I would need to first create the identifier like this. There's one outside, so well, field ident. Field identifier dot next ID dot lock dot get selection. Fiend. Okay, that's kind of the gist of it. We're missing two things. One is a good old unreachable. Okay. The only thing that we're missing is that we need to call something dot source. It's going to be lock and then lock dot source. Let's see. Okay, that should do it in theory. So this should get us our selection. Perfect. Now the only problem is that in main, okay, the only thing that we're missing is something that gives us a line around the selection. So I guess as a starting point, let's assume that we don't do this. Let's assume that we don't do this. Show me line and column in a way that makes sense. Show me just line and column. Does error not have node FMT? Not tokenizer, page. Yes, it does have node FMT. Okay. Let's get our hands on a AST. So Ziggy dot AST init GPA arena code, huh? Oh, we have a problem, Houston. We have a problem, Houston. This guy knows nothing at all about... yeah, some of the pop-ups are kind of janky, unfortunately. So this guy knows nothing about the front matter work that we did. So we need to make it front matter aware. We need to make the AST front matter aware. Otherwise, our dream is going to fall into pieces. Although we could cheat. You know what? Let's cheat for a moment. Let us cheat. How are we going to cheat? I think we're going to cheat like this. Code is going to be p._parse.source, full source. But we skip the first 3 characters. And we end at p._parse.fm.offset -4. This is not really super generic or like super resilient, but it's going to be good enough for now. One comment's false. Stop on first error. I mean, false. And then, or true, I don't know. And then diagnostic, we can pass null. Because we know that this parsing procedure will succeed. Like, this is expected to succeed. What errors are we getting? Oh, no, I don't even have a hard-coded error set. Dude, are you serious? Really, I don't have a hard-coded error set? Who wrote this stuff, man? Well, I guess let's do try and let's see what this thing can return. Who wrote this stuff, man? I wrote it. That's who. But in any case, if this succeeds, we add an AST, so we should be able to do this. And you know what? Let's print the source code like this. Again, this is also not fully correct, but for now, const line is going to be p._parse_dot full source. Hello, Temporus. Full source starting from hello. Starting from, so we're printing from full source. Oh crap. Yeah, here's also another. Here's another problem that we get ourselves into by cheating here. Now these offsets are going to be 3 bytes off. All the numbers reported by this guy are always going to be 3 bytes off. God freaking damn it. So in any case, so line is going to be full source from cell dot start dot what do I have in there? Do I have row call? I don't remember. I have line and call. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I have line and column. Also, they start at 1. Bro, they start at 1. They don't even start at 0. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? I did. I did this to myself. I can tell you why it starts at 1. Because I was trying to make that thing work with LSP, and LSP has everything that starts at 1. It's dumb as fuck. Yeah. Yes, that is true. It just completely messes up my stuff. Ooh, now that I think about it, wait a second. You know what? I'm wrong, because I was thinking that I could use this information in a different manner. Oh no! So here's what's going on. I actually cannot obtain a selection. I need to obtain... A selection is not enough. What am I doing? What am I smoking? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What am I smoking? So here's the problem. The problem is that a selection is not like an offset into the code. It's like it's much worse. So actually having a selection makes it harder in some ways to print a line around things. Let me think if I'm saying something dumb. No, that's not true. That's not true. That is indeed not true. So you know how I'm gonna do it? Never mind. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it like this. Var it equals std.mem.tokenize. Actually, it's not even tokenized. It's split scalar. U8. We're splitting p._parse.full source. We're splitting on new lines. And then for cell.start.line 0. Actually, we do 1 ... since if it says line 1, then we don't want to discard anything. And for every one of these things, we do it_. Or can we do it.skip? Is that a thing? Is it.skip a thing? It's not. Next is. So we discard that many lines. We also want to assert here because this should all be there. And then we print the line. Okay, so this should print something. Like, I'm curious now. Whew. Okay. Let's see if we can make this build. Expected type null byte found non-null byte. Freak. The Ziggy parser wants us to provide null terminated strings. And here we're not really providing that. And here we're not really providing that. Here we're not really providing that. Cannot assign to constant. What makes you say, oh, it's because this guy is const. You wait. Yeah, guess what? We're cons casting, baby. You can't put it on the left side? Come on, man. Okay. Which ones are all possibilities? Okay, so this guy can return overflow and syntax. But this should succeed. And so no try. Expected type consuate. Conscast through an L value would be kind of wacky. I don't know. Expected type consuate found context page. Oh, I use yeah. Peter underscore parse. Well, we want this selection, I think, to be the same as this guy. Man, I'm piling hacks over hacks just to make this work. Oh, there we go. We're finally, I think, testing our AST code. I'm totally being naughty. Yes, I'm basically sub-slicing a thing. I instead of fixing my parser, I'm sub-slicing with hard-coded offsets, and the thing is, I just want to exercise my parser navigation code. Once I do that, I'm gonna make everything nice. By the way, I'm making this freaking static site generator so fucking nice. You have no idea. You have no idea how nice this thing is gonna be once it's complete. 235. So what are we doing? I forgot to do dot source dot lock dot source. No field name ID X inside alt. What's it called? It's ID, right? I named all those things ID. No row in cell. That's true. No line. Oh, right. It's a selection. So we want to do start. Yo. I was about to say it worked, but no, we actually got Sentinel mismatch. Attempt to unwrap error syntax. -4 is probably not enough. We need -5 maybe? Or is it -4 too much? Maybe it's too much. Rich unreachable code. Okay, no, we got there. Okay. We got there, but... Okay, now we are failing... Oh man, I put some nice asserts about to validate my assumptions, but apparently my assumptions were wrong. Oh, interesting. In camera, we could also track this stuff. We could also track panics. Although we never want programs to panic. So not useful. Never mind. Let's see. Why is nodes 1 not a struct? Also, this is not really telling me which test case we're in. Content scanning templates and front matter. Templates and front matter. Okay. It is correct because they are the ones that report errors in the front matter. Yes. It's not struct. Then what it is? Then what is it? I guess we need some good old debug printing, huh? Also, which line was hitting stuff? 229. Braceless struct. God damn it, man. I mean, that's fair. It's actually fine. Oh, we're hitting another unreachable. Current tag is struct field. How? How is current tag not struct field? I think we also want this to be an assert in this guy here. Start field, and then root. The thing is, okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. What's happening is that we're falling out of the boundaries. So this condition cannot be true. The condition needs to be God damn it. The condition needs to be while current field on next underscore ID is different than 0. That's how we do it. That's the actual looping condition. But you know what? Let's put it a while true because in reality, that's like a safety condition. That's just a safety condition. The problem here is that we're not matching when we should be matching. And I think I know why. I think the problem is that the location that a node has, I suspect it also includes the dot. So I think this is going to be dot alternatives. This is going to be dot alias C's. Oh no. Maybe it's not the dot. Wait, before the dot alias C's. And then layout is layout. Was it aliases? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Not good. Not good, I would say. let's print also the identifier. AST tag start field. Wait, where is it never testing my stuff? What's going on? What is going on? Why are we looping forever, not printing anything? It's this guy. It's the only one that I forgot to give a print to. Oh man, this is output actually. That's the problem. Whoops. I think we found the problem. I should name that thing output instead of path. That was misleading. There we go. Let's see how errors get reported now. Check this out. So it says, note, empty string is an invalid name. Invalid value in alternatives. Wait a second. I think we're missing some new lines. This is gonna mess up. Okay, you know what? Let's go in front matter and let's run the thing ourselves and see what it says there. And I guess in the error, missing layout file, burp layout. Let's see if these lines are actually correct. Line 5. Yep. Layout. Correct. Then line 8, also good. Yes. Note, quote does not exist in the layout directory path. But this is wrong. I think, oh, you know what's happening is that the note seems to connect to the other thing, but okay, it's kind of jank. One sec. So here's what I think we should do. Note should be like this, and then there should be 2 new lines. Yeah, the way this stuff was stacked, it was like kind of weird. Maybe we can even do something like pipe, and then pipe. I don't know. Let's see how it looks like with pipes. There we go. Index SMD5. So layout is correct. Invalid values in aliases. This is the wrong line. So aliases is giving us the wrong line. Why? Why are we short by 1? The fact that layout is correct is making me think that everything else is wrong for another reason. So that code is wrong. I guess the... Is this it? Is this the one start line? Is this it? No, this should not be it. Should it? Let's see. Invalid value in alternatives. No, empty string is not a valid name. Yep. Invalid value in alternatives. It's only this double space that weirds me out. Okay, it's not alternative. Good name, but bad URL has an invalid output path. Correct. Okay, these error messages are not great. Like they're kind of ugly still and not super clear. But now we can print source locations, which I think it's a huge improvement over what we were doing before. So let's go do that. Let's now turn those janky stuff into some more concrete stuff. I think I need more tea to do that. But basically what we need to do is we need to pull in some concrete like print source line code that I have lying somewhere. I need to copy it and like repurpose it. Then why is everything correct except this guy? This is so weird. Why is everything correct except that fucking guy? Why? Why? I need to figure this out. But everything else is kind of cool. Okay, so next is going to be bringing in that code, debugging that off by one error there. And I think we should be happy. That is so nice. Missing layout file. Also, this does not exist in the layouts directory path. They should say it does not exist in, and then the directory, the layouts directory. Nice. Hey, Mogambro. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. So I'm working on a static site generator, and I am designing error messages whenever you have an error in the data that you feed to the static site generator. And I'm starting to print source code locations whenever there's an error. But I need to improve this stuff a little bit. So that's what I'm working on right now. I'm bringing in basically a bunch of like machinery that I've implemented for other things. And it's time for Zig, yes. And yeah, so if you stick around, I'll show you the stuff working a bit in a moment. But basically, to be clear, working means that we print nice errors. So right now we're not concerned ourselves with the happy path. We don't care that these things like succeeds. We care that we fail gracefully. And so I now need to go make myself some tea. It's going to take me 2.5 minutes. So I'll be right back soon. And after that, this line is wrong. So we have an off by 1 error somewhere that we need to fix. And then, yeah, we need to fail. We fail, but we're pretty as we fail. And yeah, and then I'm going to change this code to actually print lines in a less janky manner. You know what? Actually, I think I should do the opposite. First, I'm going to print this stuff in a non-janky manner, and then I'm going to fix any off by 1 errors that might be there. Because the reality is that since this is currently a little bit janky, for all we know, maybe it's everything else that happens to work out correctly because I'm messing up math in 2 different locations. So let's first switch to correct way of doing this stuff, and then let's see if there's any off by 1 errors remaining. Okay, I'm gonna make myself some tea and I'll be right back. Test. Hello, guys. Yeah. Do. I am back. Okay, let's do some nice printing. How do we do nice printing? There is a few things that we need to do. One, we are so back, yes. One is that we are here in this thing, Ziggy AST init. We're passing a wrong slice, a fake slice. Why are we passing a fake slice? Because this dude doesn't have knowledge of front matters. So unfortunately, we kind of need that. We need to tell to it that we care about the front matter stuff. Zig AST init, yes. So we fixed the other parser. We fixed the parser that parses directly into a type, the type-driven parser. But AST has no concept of that stuff. By the way, I think I might be a genius. I think that with this approach, we have just fixed a huge tooling problem that we had before. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Give me a sec. So in theory, after we make this thing front matter aware, we might even be able to have the Ziggy LSP. We run the Ziggy LSP on Super Markdown files, and we can get Ziggy diagnostics. Let's see if we can actually make this work. Okay, so what do we care about? If it's a front matter. We make a parser. What is going on here? Oh my god, this is like my dog shit. My dog shit old code where I didn't know yet exactly what the relationship between the AST and the parser should have been. So I made a parser type just to collect a bunch of things that were going to be useful to use. And then I basically run over the parser. Like I basically have the main, what do you call it? Like recursive descent parsing code inside my AST init function. I was young and naive. So Zini is not using an existing Markdown to HTML compiler. It includes its own called Ziggy. No, it's more nuanced than that. Or rather, yes, but it's not Ziggy. So Ziggy is the front matter data format. So look, this is a Super Markdown file. Super Markdown, think of it as a superset of Markdown, more or less. The front matter normally is supposed to be either JSON or YAML or TOML. It's actually YAML or TOML, but YAML is a superset of JSON. So if you put JSON, it gets interpreted as YAML, and it mostly works out fine. And the dash 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 in a normal Markdown file means YAML, while plus 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 means TOML. Problem is, I don't like YAML, I don't like JSON, I don't really like TOML. I don't hate. I would say I really do not like YAML, but I don't hate TOML. TOML is fine. It's just, in my opinion, an overcomplicated language for front matters. I would argue that it's a genuinely bad idea to have your front matters be TOML. Or rather, I can understand you want to do this so that you can avoid YAML. So you know what? If your goal is, dude, I just want to not have to touch YAML, so I'm going to use TOML in front matters, I'll say, fair. That's fair. But the problem is that overall, like, TOML is not great for this. So this language is called Ziggy, and it's my JSON alternative, basically. So this is the Ziggy parser. Then I have a Markdown parser that I use to parse basically everything south of the front matter. That one is a normal Markdown parser, but I hacked some things onto it to support my extensions. And then finally, I have a templating language, which I completely written from scratch myself. I have an HTML parser and everything else involved. And that one is called Super HTML. You have this problem when you see code like that, where you clearly made a mistake in the past. You feel the urge to refactor rather than roll with it and fix things, like doing a refactor instead of moving forward. I'm so lazy that to me it's kind of the opposite. It's like I always have the urge to just leave it there and continue on my path. And occasionally I have to stop and refactor things. So I tend to err on the other side of... I do too much of the opposite, in a sense. What about Zone? The reason why I didn't want to use Zone... So I started this work before that Zone existed, but also more in general. I think that Zone... I'm not sure that Zone is a great language for front matters. I mean, it wouldn't be that much worse, so I could see that could be fine. But I do think that it's less expressive, and I want to make Ziggy a better format than Zone, basically. This is anti-Zone propaganda. What do you mean? You want to know? Okay, you want to know where the Zone bullshit already causes trouble? Check this out. Check this out. So you know when you have a Zone file and it's set to path, and then you call Zig fetch, and then Zig fetch by mistake puts the URL inside a path field? Have you seen this? It happens to me. Well, it happens every time. Like if I were to try and update Super HTML now, it would work. So like Zig fetch save Super HTML. Like look at this shit. No, that's a problem. That's a problem with the compiler. But why is this caused? This is caused by the fact that this thing is a union. This fucking thing is a union. It's a union of two different structs. It's a union of a struct that contains only path and a struct that contains URL, hash, and lazy. The fact that this is a union that you don't advertise beforehand which case it is, the fact that you're not doing this, or I don't know, remote. Maybe it should be remote, and this should be local. I don't know. But the fact that you don't advertise this, it makes the parsing code harder. And like all these errors happen over time because this base infrastructure, in my opinion, is suboptimal. This is the same bullshit that happens with JSON all the time. It's not a union, it's untyped. That's not true. It is a union. In fact, by de facto, you either have this configuration, which is a valid one, or you have this configuration. Like you can create a schema for this file. This file is not untyped. This file has a fairly strict schema. So it's caused by the context built on Zone handling being awful. It's a schema issue, not a Zone issue. The fact that your language has unions that you don't prefix it basically invites this kind of problem. So this is the reason why I'm doing Ziggy. Well, I mean, there's also a bunch of other reasons. Like, I don't know, I just wanted to make my own thing. So, you know, we'll see how good or not it is. But the point is, I generally like one thing that this thing triggers me a lot with JSON. Like, I really hate ever had to find JSON to express tagged unions. I hate this. I really hate having to do this in JSON, because this leads when you don't have your tagged unions be prefixed by which case you're in, you always end up in a situation where you basically end up creating like sausages. You end up creating sausage types, like where you do this basically. You do struct dependency. Oh, well, let's use the syntax. And then you say dependency can have path, which is an optional string, and then it can have what is it? URL and then hash. Hash should be, I don't know, like, what is it? 64, 8 bytes or something. I actually don't remember how long are these things. Oh, it's actually wait, no, it's like 64 U8s. In any case, that, and then you can have lazy, which is an optional bool. Like, you end up with these kind of bullshit things where you have basically, this is what I call a sausage. Basically, you take all the base types, you grind them into optional fields, and you stuff them into a single struct where you're leaving unsaid and implicit which combination of fields are going to be available for each combination, and it sucks. I had to do this also with like Twitch stuff. Yeah, so you can do this. That's, by the way, this same argument is the same argument that you can do with JSON. And at the same time, nobody fucking does it ever. And by the way, case in point, build.zig.zon doesn't do it. Build.zig.zon doesn't do it. The compiler will punish you for not doing this in virtue of not letting you easily use an import on or AST-zone parse. Well, but you see that the problem is that the compiler itself is doing it in the official package manifest. So the official package manifest is already misbehaving, is already doing a behavior that you're arguing is suboptimal. You see my point? My point is that what I like about Ziggy, like one thing that I did in Ziggy that I want to make sure it becomes a big thing, is the idea that here's another way in which you can do tag things where you put a type field. That's another way in which people do it. This is from package.json. I basically want to see which case I'm in right away. Before I enter the thing, I want to see right away which case I'm in. So that's what I basically set out to fix. You can make crappy schemas in Ziggy just as much. Not exactly. So no, the answer is straight up no, because, or rather, you have to keep in mind one thing. There's one element that we haven't discussed up until now. So like, if you just look at documents, sure, you can create crappy documents in Ziggy as well, sure. But can you make crappy schemas? In Ziggy, there is a schema language, and the schema language forbids you from expressing a schema where something can be two things. You have to use this syntax, and it forces you to use this system. You cannot say that a field can be like, you have like optional fields that can be there or not. So you can create collection of documents that you consider part of the same schema that have a sucky structure, sure, obviously. But then if you pull in the concept of a schema, I'm seeing directory bytes. Yes. It means that it can be null. It doesn't mean that the field can be not be there. In any case, it even doesn't matter, honestly, because even if the field can or cannot be there, you're not going to use this field to try to detect in which case you are. you're going to use this name to detect in which case you are. So basically, as you're parsing here, you're going to see a name. Otherwise, if there is no name here, then your document doesn't match the schema. It doesn't pass validation against the schema. I omitted? I don't. Repository, Git. You were looking at the package.json version, I think. Oh, directory. Oh, you're right. Yes, you can omit it, I guess. I don't remember how I left this stuff. Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? This is not important. Like, it's basically, I'm omitting a null field. The point is, it's this struct here. It's kind of like lazy, right? You can omit lazy and say that lazy is optional, but having this is what matters. It's having the struct name. I don't see any problem with the other thing. So that's the idea. The schema could easily be dependency path foo, dependency URL. Oh, you mean you could create a schema where you're treating it as a sausage? I'm guessing, yes, you can create a sausage thing, but you wouldn't be able to. Yes, you could create. Okay, so, okay, fine. So you're saying basically that the schema could, you could create a schema where you describe a type, a struct like this, and then you say that this sausage type has implicit rules to it. I would argue that, well, yes, this is possible. This is very different from saying people should do this and then nobody does that. I would say there's like a big difference in how likely are people to not do one thing versus doing the other. So yeah, you can misuse it. That's fair. But I would say that the tools that you're given for modeling these ideas are like very much more comfy. I still need to iterate on this. So like, don't treat this as a finished product. But this core idea of having like unions be explicit, I think it's very valuable. And I'm definitely gonna keep it and make it better if I find flaws with it. But I think it's important. I hate flat types that basically switch which case they're in implicitly. The question Zona has to answer is, does it want to represent strictly type data or untyped data? I don't know. I think a more general answer about Zon is, I think it would make sense. I'm not saying that this is going to be the case for Zon, but it would make sense to have a language, a data language that isn't overcomplicated, that it's as baseline, as simple as possible, that is good for describing package manifest files and maybe some other similar data type, but it is not necessarily the most ergonomic language for config files or other exchange formats. I think that would be still fine. Maybe Zon could be this. Maybe Zon can be used to do more. I do think that there are, so if you read on the Ziggy front page, the things that I complain about here, then you can decide if you think these are worth the extra complexity or not. For example, do you like the idea of writing explicitly in the code, like using notation to distinguish between fields that follow a schema versus fields that are not following a schema, that are basically free for the user to personalize? If you think it's available, then you might want to have that in your language. If you don't think it's available, then you might say, you know what, that's extra syntax, extra complexity. I don't need it. To be fair, for example, even this distinction, this is already something that goes away outside of what Zon is at its core, because Zon at its core is it uses Zig struct literal syntax, right, to define structure. And now here you would need to have a different type of syntax that Zone doesn't have. And then you would basically have to redefine a little bit more what Zone is, which is fine. I guess you can do it. Just pointing out that it's already something that this is something that you can decide if you like or not, but it requires moving away from increasing the amount of syntax. Then struct unions. Do you like struct unions or not? Do you think they are worth it? Then there's like this idea of putting a name in front of a struct name. Technically, Zone could be extended with this concept. I think that you could have Zone allow you to basically replace the dot, which with something typed. Maybe. I would say that would be a smaller departure. Like this would be a bigger departure. This is a smaller departure from what it is right now. So if you decide that this is available, you could do it. I also have this idea of tagged literals, which I'm gonna change a bit. I'm not I'm not fully sure that this is well designed, but it's basically the idea of saying, yeah, this is a string, but the string is part of its own grammar. So for example, yes, this license has a string MIT, but then there's this extra identifier that allows like dynamically typed languages basically to do post-processing to these values. Like imagine that you have a Python parser or a JavaScript parser that parses this data. And so by either seeing this stuff in the original source file or by leveraging a schema, it can know that this thing is supposed to be a version, so it can parse the version or validate it or whatnot. In practice, this is usually a big problem with dates. Usually, the biggest problem is that you have, like even in Hugo, for example, you have this problem where the official Hugo date field, this one, in Hugo is a string and it gets parsed as a date. And so if you do like page.date, you get an actual date type that you can do, comparison and formatting on. But then if you have a custom field where you put a date in your custom field, then the thing is expressed as a string. And Hugo doesn't know that it's supposed to be a date. So in your template, you will have to then parse it as a string. And then if that parsing fails, it's unclear if it's you trying to parse a string, a date out of something that isn't a date, or if it's the field that was supposed to be a date, but it's actually not a valid date. And so you get an error in the template, but maybe the error is actually in the markdown file. So it's a bit annoying. I don't like how in Hugo you basically do .date, and then if it's the original one, you get a different type than if it's your own type. It's annoying. So that's why I introduced these things. Debatable if this feature is particularly useful or not. I think it has some warts that make me want to change some of how this works. But in any case, I do think it has some utility. And then I guess lastly, the next question is a schema language. Zone does not have a schema language, so maybe somebody could make a schema language. I mean, surely you can make a schema language for it if you want, I guess. It's the Zig type system. Well, but the point of a schema language is that you want it to be more interoperable than that. Normally. I love Star History Graph. Checks this one out. Helix and Zig. What? Well, it seems that Helix is doing much better than Zig if you align the timeline. In any case, that's funny. Congrats to the Helix people. Okay. So we'll see. To be fair, though, who knows? Maybe if Zone improves a bit and it turns out to, I don't know. You know what? I want to push forward with Ziggy because I think there's available ideas that I want to look into. I also like that it's not just Zig syntax, like the fact that it's like square brackets for lists. I like that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I could see though, maybe in the future saying, you know what, maybe we can also allow zone front matters. So you write a zone front matter and you don't have to deal with Ziggy stuff. That said, it's also a matter of tooling. We'll see. If we replace zone, I don't think so. No, I don't think that should be. I don't think that should be the case. First of all, that is a very bad idea to have the Z compiler depend on Ziggy as it is right now. The quality of this project right now. But more in general, I think it's fine to have different file formats. Let me give another example. There's Ron. Ignore the pictures. So look at this stuff. Rusty object notation. This is another one from Rust. This is a high fidelity Rust serialization format. So it uses this syntax for structs. And then it has tuples. It has, I think these are enums. It has also, like, look at this. It has numbers. It has strings. It has byte strings. So it uses a B prefix for a string that isn't UTF-8. It has also row, BR, row 2. There's also a pound sign. I'm guessing this allows everything except quote pound sign. So it's as row as it can get, except not completely. That's interesting though. Then it has booleans, it has characters, it has optionals using some and none. It has tuples, it has lists, it has structs with parentheses, it has maps with curlies. So what's my point here? I guess my point is that this is a type of serialization language that Ziggy isn't, that Zon isn't, then maybe could make sense to have in the Zig ecosystem. I think that all these relatively small differences between these languages make them more suitable for different use cases. And while obviously you don't want to have 10,000 of these things and everybody is using a different one and there's no standardization at all anywhere, I also think that having necessarily everybody use the one true serialization language is not necessarily the outcome you should be aiming for. I think a little bit of diversity is fine. For example, I purposely did not want to have my thing be a lossless encoding. I did want it to have some loss, but not a ton. For example, I did keep the distinction between a struct and a map. Also in my case, but I don't have characters, for example. I only have strings. So yeah, I don't know. That's how you escape strings in Rust, so you can use pound sign within the string. Okay, so lots of yapping. Let's get into coding. What was I doing? I was adding a front matter field to this guy. Then what we want to do is we want to start parsing. Root node is going to be a root, and that's fine. So should a Ziggy AST also contain front matter nodes in it? Maybe. Maybe should. Try p.next. Yeah. Okay, so it's to use the quote, not the pound sign. Yeah, so you can use, and that makes sense. So you can use the quote inside of it. That's actually not a bad idea. That is actually not a bad idea because it allows you to have more strings that you can keep around verbatim. I think it's not a really not a bad idea. It's kind of available in general. Maybe I'm gonna steal the idea. Yeah, I don't think there should be necessarily 15, but I think there should be a few different file formats. Check this one also. Zig, the one from GrooveByte. Framework for writing performant and reliable network services in Zig? No. GrooveByte ZZZ. So GrooveByte ZZZ is another serialization format, but this one is more like free form, where you can nest stuff almost arbitrarily. YAML, I don't know, maybe to some degree. I'm not sure. I think no, I think it's not exactly the same as YAML. There's some YAML nest to it, but not exactly, I think. I might be wrong though. You know what? Maybe people can that know more about YAML than me can say more. I don't know. Okay, so what do we do in our AST? I think in our AST, we should have those front matter markers as delimiters. So watch me mess up this thing now. So we do p.next. What does next do actually? Oh, it sets the token, right? This is all stateful, right? Next sets a new token inside the parser, a new active token. And we look at the current node, and based on where we are in the current node, then we decide what to do. And if we are in root, the fact that we are in root actually, so we're entering root, so we are inside of root 2 times maybe when entering and we're exiting. So when we find an EOF, we return p.ast. If we are in root and we find EOF, we return the entire AST. Top comment line or dot and comment, append bracelet struct, append top comment. Shit, with this thing we're keeping comments around. That is so bad. No, it does say want comments. Then why are we not respecting want comments? Wait, does it turn into an op? No, we're just not. Oh no, dude, come on. Why are we doing this, man? Why am I not using want comments? Prime said that he's 3-seater plugin segfaults in HTML, so super HTML greater than NeoVim extensions as well. Let's go. So I'm sorry, guys. The reality is that Ziggy, man, of all the projects that I made, Ziggy was one of the first ones, and you can smell everywhere the the I don't know what to call it, like the fact that I wasn't ready yet and I was trying to get started. Oh shit, that's where we do it. The tokenizer. Okay, never mind. I take everything back. It's the tokenizer that's not gonna give us comments if we don't want comments. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. So, so root. I guess the problem is we're gonna be in root, and we're gonna find a front matter marker a couple of times. So how do we do this? How do we do this? How do we do this? I guess we're gonna need like maybe a couple of variables that we keep around and we inspect. Something like var. So does YouTube chat not work anymore? No, sorry. I turned it off. I need to fix it, and I haven't done so yet. Okay, so we're in root, and we find a front matter. The question is this the first front matter that we find? If so, I guess we're gonna append it, maybe, in the AST. This is gonna change the math on the other side, but I think we do want to keep this stuff in the AST. Although this is also going to change a bunch of other things in terms of validation. Use a stack. What? I don't need a stack. I'm just fine with counting them. Actually, a Boolean is probably enough. Not even counting. You know what? Let's see. Check this out. Dashes is false. So we see a front matter. Then when we see a front matter, the question is, do we want in front matter? So first we say if front matter, we do something. Otherwise, we should complain. So how do we complain about stuff? Unexpected. Else we return unexpected. Actually, we don't even need curlies, I think, anywhere. So if front matter, although we don't even need to return anything, so maybe some curlies are in order. Yeah. So if front matter, then the question is, have we seen dashes? So if we have seen dashes and we're seeing other dashes, then we return the AST because it ends here. It's almost like seeing EOF. Return p.ast. Because this is the second set of dashes that we see. Otherwise, we set dashes to true. I guess we can get rid of the else. What else can we do? Is this a Mac Mini? It is a Mac Mini. In front matter. That's not a bad name, in front matter. But this is also fine. So let's try again. We're in root. We see a front matter. If we don't care about the front matter, then we complain because we shouldn't have seen a front matter. What we were expecting. Also, what were we expecting? Yes, we need to set the expected stuff correctly. It's top comment line dot and comment. Well, actually, no, because expected is more than this. Like we're actually fine with pretty much everything at this point. Can I omit expected and leave it empty? Is it fine if I leave it empty? Like this is like, I would be fine with pretty much freaking anything. You know what? Let's pass an empty thing. Okay, so this is unexpected. We do care about the front matter. Well, if it's the first time, we set dash is to true because we opened this. And then if it's false, we set dash is to false. So this is okay, but the current approach doesn't save dashes anywhere. And this is something that we should keep in mind. But for now, I think it's a reasonable thing to do. So with this, we should have, okay, let's see also dashes elsewhere though. We need to look at all the other things and see what happens if we find a front matter in all other cases, because there's a bunch of else's. And like previously, we would have added this front matter as a child to the current node. And that's not a great idea. So let's see. Top comment. We see a top comment line. If we see anything else, we move up to the parent. I think that's fine. Including if we see a front matter, because the idea is then, I guess if we see a front matter, we basically want to do parent every single time so that we can return to a root, and we centralize front matter handling in here, I think. Bracelet struct, we see an EOF. What if we are in bracelet struct? Also interesting that we are ending this here and not returning into parent. Because I guess we need to, well, I guess we need to finalize ourselves, and that's fine. But then we could return to parent. It's just, I guess, slightly more efficient to repeat this thing ourselves here. But what I'm thinking is that if we see EOF and dot front matter, we do p.parent. We don't immediately return. We end, we finalize ourselves, and then we go up and we wait for root to do its thing. Okay. Struct or map. Struct or map. Struct or map. We see a comment. We see a right bracket. Right bracket closes this. We see a dot. We know that this is a struct. We see a string. We know that this is a map. Otherwise, it's unexpected. If I'm inside a struct or map, so open curly, and I see a front matter, that's an unexpected token. Struct, same thing. A struct only shouldn't, A would be unexpected. Struct field. So how does struct field works? Let's see. It has a concept of last child. It looks at the last child. First time entering, struct has no children. We do dot identifier. Then we go up. equal sign, and then we add it as a child value. Then if there's a comma, we finalize this field. Otherwise, we finalize this field and it needs to be either a right bracket or an EOF or a front matter. And then we let the parent deal with this. Yes. Map, I think, is in a similar situation where there's an open map. All of these things are fine, but then we start looking at map fields. Same problem. A map cannot have an EOF because it needs a right bracket to end. So this is actually fine. Actually, up here, why does it instruct we also are fine with EOF? Because in the case that it's a struct field inside of a braceless struct, that's why we're also fine with EOF. Okay, so map field, this is also fine, I think. Array. We look at last child. I think it's fine because anything, it should have like a list of things that it's fine with. Let me see. We look at last child and we say, if it's root, then we set our start. Comment is unreachable. Okay. If it's a comma, last child, comma, that is surprising to me. No, this is the current token. Right, this has nothing to do with last child. Yeah, that was weird. Okay. Let's say, so if it's a comma, we do next. If it's not a comma, we say if the token tag is different than right square bracket, right, after parsing an element, it's either right square bracket or a comma. But where is the part where we parse a value? We enter array. We look at last child. If it's unset, and then if it is set, I'm missing something that we need something to get us into array. I guess it's when we are either at the top level or inside the struct value, and then we see a right square bracket. Oh, it's down here, I think. While, oh, we're doing it in a while loop. Oh, shit, let's go. Okay, so while token tag is comment, we collect comments. If token tag is right square bracket, we kind of finalize things. There we go, look at this. Otherwise, we append a child of type value. That's fine. The only thing that we need to do for sure is that value needs to not allow front matter to be a valid value. So left bracket is fine. Identifier is fine. Left square bracket is fine. At is fine. String is fine. Line string, blah, blah, blah. Else unexpected. Okay, so that's good. And then we have a bunch of unreachable. Delightful. This should be fine. Do a Zig build test. No. Oh, serializer problems. I left serializer in a broken state. Oh, I did. It's because I was using this other definition of T. Oh, man, this serializer stuff. Okay. compile control inside of runtime stuff? What? Where? If skip continue. Oh. 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 That's why if skip was like that. Interesting. There we go. Now we have. I'm gonna leave this restriction. Yeah, I mean, it should work. Although, let me think for a moment. Yeah, I think it's fine. I was battling previously with I don't know what to call it, like comp time metaprogramming pruning, meaning I had basically I'm adding this bunch of code for skip fields that should make you ignore fields. So this serializer shouldn't snoop into fields and their types when those are being skipped. And I was failing to do that, and so it kept pulling in like types that it didn't know how to serialize, that it shouldn't know how to serialize because you shouldn't serialize them. Yeah, and I was thinking in that context. So, but in any case, it's not that important. Yeah, that makes sense. So next problem. Okay, so now we are successfully basically failing to run our test because there's a new property that we need to pass, which is front matter. Maybe front matter should be something different. It should give you like the two token locations where the two front matter delimiters are. Maybe. But for now, let's make it a bool. And let's see where that gets us. True, true becomes true, true, false. Is this it? We're failing a test. Expected. Oh, yeah. I broke the serializer with that code. I broke the serializer. So here's what I'm thinking. I think I'm going to comment this stuff out. Okay, let's see what else is broken. Dude, how did I break this? How? Let me think. I swear I did not touch the serializer anywhere else other than here. Did I? Oh no, why is this a new line? Why is this a new line? Why do you think it's a new line? I changed this, yes. Oh, am I dumb? I might be dumb. If skip do the thing, god damn it. So maybe my thing didn't break anything in the end. Yo, we might have not broken anything in the end. Well, we should test this stuff, but also with script fields. So nested struct with array. Let's take simple struct and let's redo this test. Oops. But with skip fields. my dump. Okay. So we're going to skip B. I think I may be messing up something relative to the comma. Why do I always do pubvar? Also for this error, so serializes 231. Is the if that gets showed? No, it's that thing. Okay, so we got a different problem, but let me break it again so that we can watch it, report that. Yeah, the comment. Okay, let's watch now the actual thing fail. Expected without a comma, found it with a comma. It's not supposed to have a comma. So it's a failing. This is a failing test. I think this is a failing test, and it has to do with us counting in the wrong way, basically. In the wrong way. Let's add maybe some more tests. I don't know. I think I should ask their TOEFL to look into this. Maybe I should leave the failing test and ask their TOEFL. I think that's fine. So I'm gonna keep it failing. But it's like it's not the worst failure ever. It's like it's just needs some massaging of the logic that their TOEFL made. So I'm fine with this. Then we want to test AST. Oh wait, AST now succeeds. So now let's watch let's make AST like yeah, let's have AST work. So now if I do this, this test is gonna fail because we're not gonna render back the dashes. And I think we need the dashes. Never mind. We get an unexpected. Really? Oh, well, no, that's actually correct. Unexpected thingy. Sure. That's because this needs to be true. Let's see, expected this output, instead found this. Blop. Oh no, what happened? What happened? What happened? Um, are we actually doing next? I think one big problem is that did we forget to do next when we find a front matter? So if dash is, yeah, otherwise dash is true, but also we need to do next. Like we found the front matter. Oh yeah, here's what happened. We would basically loop twice in here and then return an empty AST. Error union is ignored. You try p.next? There we go. Okay, so the way what happens is basically that we do not print back the surrounding markers. So yeah, about that. About that. The problem is that these children, they all move forward the root node, while I think the root node should start with the front matter. Do we actually render the root node? I think we might not render the root node anyway. Maybe I need to make a front matter node. God, I think I need to make a front matter node. I think I need to append a front matter node. Maybe. Let's try this. Oh no, wait, this is defining the start of the children node, not the root node. So actually it doesn't matter. Never mind. We were not really setting the root node information stuff at all. I'm guessing our render code ignores that. Right. Let's see. Yeah, we started 1, so we immediately skip that thing. Let's add a front matter node. Why not, I guess. I think add child does next automatically. There's also the problem of doing up, I think, because whenever we have a child that we don't want to enter into, we call parent right away. What does this guy do? Let's see. New child ID. What does he set? You pass a tag. It sets parent ID. P node equals child. It doesn't set anything in terms of start and end, so that's going to be on us. Okay. So it's going to be b now.lock is going to be token.lock. And then we don't need to go up because we're going away. And here we do the same thing, and then we do p.parent because we return up right away. Okay, let's see how it goes now. Right, we need to create front matter. I suspect there's going to be a bunch of other things that don't expect front matter to exist right now. Yeah. Yeah, this switch at the end, we need to state that we're never going to be in a side of a front matter. Like seems... I think that should be okay. Instead found this. Dash 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 and then nothing. Oh no, how did we break this? So hard. How did we break this so hard? P node lock is token lock and then P parent. Oh, and then we're not doing next. God damn it. For some reason I thought at some point that add child was doing the next thing, but no, it wasn't. Okay. Huh. We still have this problem though. Oh, come on, man. Instead found this. How? Does AST require us to be at the root? No, it does not. At all. So now I'm confused. Did I scroll up too much? Maybe. No, we totally still failed that one. In a very weird manner. How am I fucking up this logic again? God damn it. Are we not doing p.parent? We're adding a child, and then we go up. I think I'm doing something wrong, except that I do this elsewhere, like try add child, command line, location is this, and then we go up. So when we see the first front matter, we add a child front matter. We give it the same size as the token. We go up to its parent, which should be go back to us in root. And then we move to the next token. And the next token should be not a front matter, god damn it. Are we like getting front matter twice for some reason? I guess I need some printing. After front matter, it finds a dot. Yes, that's fine. It should find a dot. It should totally find a dot. So then why are we returning? What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something so dumb. And it should say root, because we should be back at root after adding that thing. We're back at root. Dude, why are you doing this to me? Oh, you know what it is? I think it might be the render code. Let's take a look at what the render code does, because that's the other sus thing. Skip empty files, then if value IDX starting at 1, if it's a top comment, I guess we do something special to it. Otherwise, we call render value. Right, except that render value is not accounting for... It's not accounting for front matter, I bet you. I bet you that it's not accounting for front matter. Right, because we expect to render just one value at that point. It's different. So here's how it needs to be. Okay, I think I get it. It needs to be like this. Let's see, render value, what does it do? If it's root, it does that. If it's bracelet struct, it does that. If it's struct, there's an else, I'm guessing. Else, just print the node and do nothing. Right. So we want to do it, I think, like this. If... Do we change value ID X at some point somehow? Is there a for loop? There's not even a for loop. There's a value index that we move forward, and then everything else is handled by render value. So maybe render value should do it, I guess. Well, okay, let's do it like this. I think... no, I think this should be more like this, I guess. And then this is const. That is so annoying. And that can be even unwritable. So here we print the first front matter and we move everything forward. And then the top comment stuff does its own thing. Let's see what we print now. Still this shit. No, you're joking. Can we test if we are entering in here? Oh, did I not save? Oh, there we go. But we're not printing the final front matter. Okay. So we're making some progress. We are printing one front matter. But we're not printing the last one. And to be honest, it's fine because we can do this. What's the problem now, dude? Oh. Okay. So now we should have a passing test. There we go. We're left with the only other one failing. So that's good. That is really good. So now we are correctly parsing these things also in AST form. Now we go back to Zine. We go back to Zine. We don't do any of this weird stuff. We pass in full source. We say that we want also the front matter now. And the next thing is p underscore parse dot full source. Let's see how this goes. All right. I messed up some of this stuff somewhere. I expected a null delimited thingy, but full source is not null delimited. That's a type problem. So we build. Let's look at our tests. Oh, we're crashing. Still printing after front matter. Okay, so we have some printing to remove, We're also hitting some unreachable. Oh, right, because our parsing code is now expecting a different shape from the AST. Understandably. So let's remove the parsing. Okay, so previously we were asserting that this number 1 would be a start, but it's actually 2. And we start from 3. And that's how it is also elsewhere. I don't think anything else needs to change in here. Okay, now this is the new error. I think we're basically back to where we were before, so that's good. This is still an off by 1 error. So this guy is totally an off by 1 error. Next is we need to print a line in a better manner. And yeah, let's fix this off by 1 error. What's going on? Why am I messing up ADCs? So what I'm doing is AST nodes. Right. I know why. It's always +1. There we go. So this is a little bit better. The wording is not the greatest, but it's fine. We have the tag. I want to have the tag, and then after I have the tag, I will work on the copy. One last piece of tag that is missing is printing an error line. So let's go print an error line. Who knows how to print an error line? I think Super HTML does. Let's go steal some tag from Super HTML. Maybe your root has that. Get name line finds the line around a node. Once a span and once source. Span is defined in here as start and end. As U32s? Oh, what I called lock in the other one, I was calling span in here, and then range is the thing with positions. So in theory, so it means that we don't want a selection. We want a range. We want a span that covers everything. So we want a lock, I guess, basically, for the whole thing. And then we do line on it. So this is kind of the logic. I'm going to copy this. But this is still not going to start equals S. This is still not the full code that adds the squiggles under. So this is part of the puzzle, but not all of it. So it means that we don't want these things to return a selection, but just a lock. But the lock, yeah, so we want the lock, I guess. So I guess lock is what we return. We don't do get selection. Let's give this to Ziggy also. So let's say that a lock also has a line, get selection. Oh, come on. That gives you a line. Hmm. Okay, so we have something that gives us a line, and it tells us also where the line starts. Then we're missing code, which I think is inside VM. There we go. Highlight. Here's the code. Holy cow. So we trim spaces. So we get a line, and then this is the rest of the algorithm, basically. And this is like the code to print the error. Okay, let's see how we can use this one here. So we trim stuff, and then we say lock.end minus lock.start. There's another buff out here. Max path bytes. Yeah, but we can't reuse it, so it's going to be HL buff. Okay, so this should work. So this should mean that we can print the line and the highlight. How does it work? Let me see. Usage, line trim and highlight. These two guys are line trim and highlight. Everything else we should already have, and it's other stuff. So let's ignore the node for now, because I don't think it's necessary. Ooh, wait though. Because this gives us a location, it doesn't give us a selection. So we also want the selection. We want it all. I guess it makes sense. No field or member function named line in token lock. Really? Oh, file modified by an external process. Really? Which external process? Building. Okay, same filing test. That's good. Now we're building and we failed a diff. Oh, let's run it ourselves. Let's see what it looks like. Need to build it, otherwise it's not going to be installed. Not bad. Not bad. This is indeed it. This is indeed it. We are including a new line into this node span. Not sure if we should. I would say that's a minor bug. Although, you know what? No, I would say that's on me. It's because I'm grabbing the value and I'm not doing dot child on the value. I think I can fix this. Basically, when I find it, although wait a second, as a node, I'm only adding the full thing. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. So I would say not bad. We're having content parsing errors where we can grab the source location and everything else. I would say this is definitely not bad. Oh my god. What a day. Now here's where we haven't brought this stack in yet. We haven't brought this stack in parsing the zine.ziggy file, and we should. Like an error in the zine.ziggy file should also give you a very comprehensive error and not just be crappy. So yeah. Not bad, I would say. Okay, so what do we want to do next? What do we want to do next? We have decent error reporting. So we have pretty much implemented all these things. This is actually awesome. We basically completed this side quest. We set out to have better error handling in Ziggy, and now we do have better error handling in Ziggy. So I guess we can go back and continue implementing page navigation in Scripty so that now we can parse pages better. Maybe. No, you know what? I don't think we're done yet. I don't think we're done yet. I think the problem is that we have nice error reporting in this case, but we don't have nice error reporting in case that there is a syntax error. Like, let me show you how crappy it is with syntax errors. So let's add maybe another example in front matter where there is a syntax error. Let me see one thing. Are we doing this per page, right? Yes, we're doing this for each page. So let's add another case inside front matter where we have syntax errors. Let's see. Okay. So I think that index.smd should be just successes. Yeah, so they should be, maybe we swap them around in terms of order. Okay, so this should be successes. And then yeah. And then we want validation errors to contain validation errors, and that's what it contains. So we're good. And then wrong syntax should have wrong syntax. Maybe there should be more than one wrong syntax, but even one is fine. So for example, there's a missing comma here. For example, you can see that Tricitor knows that we made a mistake. I'm really starting to think, what if I now run my Ziggy LSP on this? So if I update the Ziggy LSP to support SuperMD and parse things in a front matter way, we're going to get this error from the Ziggy LSP. This is going to be so cool if we set it up. I think we should try. Can I build the LSP? Of course, it's going to error out, understandably. So CLI check is erroring out, and then the AST is erroring out. Right. Man, if we get this working, this is going to be so cool. I should have done this ages ago. Huh. In any case, what is it that I was wanted to do here? Yeah, right. Syntax error. Okay, let's see what happens now. Actually, we can even run it here. Zintry. That's going to say errors, errors, errors. And then, yeah, look at this. Run syntax SMD. Unexpected dot expected comma or blep. 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 What a horrible error message, man. Horrible. Let's make this better. Where are we looking into this stuff? It's in framing. No, it's in Ziggy. Yes. We're basically just using the diagnostics printing function, which is really crappy. So let's improve that one. So let's improve that one with, if not LSP, right? Because there's also the LSP style error. So we want to do this, and then we want to do space error colon syntax error. So it's a syntax error every time, and then we want to print the type of error. So that's fine. Out of memory, overflow, unexpected. I think that in the case where we are not the LSP, we also want to print line stuff in here. So let's print this. So here we basically want to copy this logic here. So where's the location? Oh. No, please don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. No, dude. Just the selection? Are you serious? Why are you doing this to me? No. No. Although, to be honest, grabbing a line from a selection is actually not that hard. To be honest, grabbing a line from a selection is indeed not that hard. And actually, I think the selection should have the line start offset in it. That's kind of what I was getting at originally, but then I couldn't fully understand what I was thinking of. And that's what we want. Basically, instead of having line be a separate process, we kind of want, so you know what, maybe what we want to not do this. And what we want to do is instead have selection contain the starting offset of this line. And the byte offset. Hello. I feel calm after working with PHP all day. Nice. So we don't need to rescan this because we're scanning, we're pretty much doing this scan as we build this selection. So we do most of the work here. So it should be that it contains start and end, and should contain also the start byte offset and the end byte offset, which can be expressed as a slice, basically. So like as a slice that then we want to extend to a line. Okay, you know what? These are good ideas, but I'm not gonna improve on them now, I guess. Let me do the other thing in the meantime. Man, look at these things. They all have a selection in them. They don't have a location. They all have a selection. That's why we can't reuse that other stuff. Also, not all of them have a selection. Not all of them have a selection. Most of them do, except overflow and But we can do that with an inline else. We can say inline else, if it has cell, then we do it. So that works. We can do it like this. Switch. Switch on the error. Oh, which is what we're doing here, I guess. Right, because it's not always a syntax error. I think I get it. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. This. Let's do this inline else switch. We have and overflow. Okay, what we want to say is that we don't have lock, we have cell, which is going to be arrow.cell. And we basically need to build a line off of that selection. So what we can do is we can tokenize on lines, go forward n lines, and then that's going to be our line. And we should be good. Not tokenize, split. That's important. Do we have source? No, dude, don't do this to me. Where's source? Where's my source, man? I didn't have source. No, dude, you cannot do this to me. Oh my god. God damn it. Oh, I had a function, get error selection. I already had get error selection. I didn't even notice. Okay. Okay, so we have this. Then we split scalar, source, new line. Oh, I see. This is all just in case. This is all for printing either this or this. Okay. Then we do this. We expect this guy to have source. Then okay, so we do trim left, trim right, character len. Some math doesn't check out. What were we doing? We were deciding how many things to show that was based on how big was that thing. The problem is if it's multi-line, it should be in theory. So let's put an asterisk here, I guess. That start line and end line are the same. I guess we can do it like this. These fucking math. These fucking math. Okay, we're finally at the printing. I don't know if my surgery was successful or not, so we're gonna, I guess, see that soon. So this is gonna be I don't know what's even the name of the thing. Outstream. So I don't know. Hopefully this works. We have errors everywhere. unused local constant trim left. Expect the arguments found one. Yes. Do we have source? Can we do soft.source? Diagnostic doesn't have source, and that's fine. But then we have a format. It immediately uses soft.path, and then what about source? Ah, that's bad. Oh, so if I don't need this whole thing, I'm gonna just grab the path. Okay, let's get more errors because now that thing has changed its signature. So this is check file. Nice. So we're checking against the schema. That's cool. So we can do false. We don't expect a front matter. So this should make this thing happy. Ziggy AST 158. Whoa, no, what's the problem? Oh, it was a node. Okay. FMT. FNT null, but then we also want doc.source, doc.code. Please, dude, where's this info? Come on. Bytes. Okay, happy now? Then resilient parser. Come on. Code. No memory in line in constituate. Right. Diagnostic. Okay, so we built successfully. We built test also successfully. Except that 7 tests failed. Never mind. What did we break? Oh no. Oh, I think we broke a bunch of tests that do error reporting. Expected line 2 call 1 instead found this. Okay, the problem is that we tried to print the diagnostic itself, but printing the diagnostic itself doesn't work anymore. So we need to look into parser tests, I guess. Where are we checking diagnostic errors? You know what? It's probably inside diagnostic. Oh no, there it is. So here we're doing some checking for diagnostics. Look, I feel in so much pain already because these should be snapshot tests. They're not snapshot tests. And now it's going to take me forever to fix them. God damn it. God damn it, dude. God damn it, dude. No filler member named format in Ziggy diagnostic formatter. Yeah. Oh, snap. Never mind. I needed the full diagnostic. This stupid south stuff is tripping me. Come on, where's the diagnostic stuff? Oh, that should be fine then. Hello, Zig Noob. What is the best resource to get a good understanding of memory management in Zig? Oh, man. So memory management is not really a Zig thing. There's nothing Zig specific about how you do memory management in Zig. It's how your computer works. So any type of information that you can find, even if it's C, Pascal, well, actually, I don't know about Pascal, but like even if it's C or I guess technically C++, the same will apply to Zig. So yeah. Right now, there's no great resources that are Zig specific. I guess the best that I can suggest to you so far is this. But I don't think this is a full answer. By the way, light web page. Oh my God, it's killing me. Oh my God, let me switch to dark mode. Oof. So this is still not going to be perfect, but it's going to get you started. And then if you gain a little bit of experience, you will find that it's not that impossible actually to get it right. Now field name path in diagnostic 285. Like I knew that I needed to fix something like that. I just was looking in the wrong place. Okay, what's the next problem? Expected type constraint found. Oh, right. We also switch them. Panic attempt to use null value. Really? Some see a long time ago, Rust mostly. Okay, so I'm honestly surprised at how much people can be productive. I'm always surprised at how much people can be productive with Rust, despite not really learning manual memory management. It surprises me because I would have expected the borrow checker model to kind of show you. So I think it's interesting. Let's see, memory management was actually really easy to wrap my head around. In Zig, instead of calling malloc, your function will take the allocator object and you will call alloc. Yeah. I would also say though that there are, once you get a little bit good, you will learn that there are a lot of things that are like normal to do in C that you will start thinking as suboptimal in Zig and you will want to avoid. So that's also something to keep in mind. I think without knowing memory management, you would struggle a lot in Rust. That's what I would expect it as well. But I think that there's like a lot of details about how manual memory management works that people seem to not necessarily have to internalize to be able to use Rust. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting the wrong impression. I don't know. That said, I feel like it's not that uncommon for people to say, yeah, I've done Rust, then I'm starting to use Zig, and now I'm recognizing that I'm having trouble managing memory. But not just because, you don't have lifetimes, but also the fact that, oh, I understand manual memory management, okay, but I have no idea what this Zig story is. The Zig story is that you have allocators just like you do in C. You use arena allocators more often than you would do in Zig because it's easier for Zig to pass allocators around. You try to avoid heap allocation also more than you would do in C. People in C do tend to avoid heap allocation a bunch, but not a lot, not maximally. We try to avoid that even more in Zig because it's fun. And there's like good properties to not heap allocate what you don't have to heap allocate. And it makes you find like clever solutions to problems that then in turn end up being more robust and efficient than the malloc version. But that's kind of it. So we have this attempt to use null value that comes from, we're trying to format this, and then we call, what's going on with my stack trace? So my stack trace is garbage. What's going on here? How are we getting from this unwrap? So I think that this is the right thing, and I think this one is wrong stuff. I think this one is not the correct thing. So this is fail. This is correct. This is where my actual stack trace ends. It's the error return trace just printing weirdly. Oh, Oh, okay, that makes sense. Wait, but it doesn't connect at all. So yeah, we basically parse something that causes an error, which then causes us to start the printing. Yeah, but this is not, I would say this is not great presentation. Like it's not supposed to do like to be like this, right? Like I would expect this to be there, and then maybe you can put this at the bottom, or at least put some separation or something, because I find this put like this here confusing, honestly. In any case, so why are we panicking on IT.next? That's so annoying. Let's see, error return traces prints more often now, which means it doesn't cleanly flow into. I think they should have a visual separator now. Yeah. You know, also the fact that I used to get like garbage stack traces for a long time on macOS, it's like my brain is now immediately assuming that this is garbage. The moment that something smells weird, it's like, yeah, no, it's garbage. We've had garbage stack traces on our macOS, I think for a year or two, like in the past. Okay, so we're doing IT.next causes a panic. I think we have an off by one error, maybe. Yeah, because they are one index. I forgot about this. Okay, let's see our problem now. So we expected line 3, column 2, unknown field buzz, and now we got line 3, column 2. My highlighting code is kind of whack. Unknown field buzz. I mean, it is, you know what? It's almost correct. It has a off by one error here. It's because call is one index. God damn it. It's because call is one index again. This one index stuff is like driving me insane, basically. Yeah. So check this out. Unknown. So previously the error was line 3, column 2, unknown field buzz. Now it's line 3, column 2, this unknown field buzz. This can be made better because I think at this point, if you show the source code, you can just say unknown field here. You just say unknown field and that's it. And then you don't have to worry about this thing. Duplicate field foo. First definition here. Yeah, these errors are still ugly, but at least they're better. Man, look at these tests. They're not snapshot tests. And now I'm going insane. So maybe what we should do is turn these things into snapshot tests. I mean, we're into a Ziggy Renaissance stream, so we might as well go all in, right? So I hope this can show the actual like cool advantage of snapshot tests. If these were, instead of being hard coded in source code, which will require for me now to go and copy paste stuff, if they were snapshot tests, I could just commit the diff and that would have fixed all my tests in a blink of an eye, after validation, of course. The fact that I can do that, it's like it adds so much rigidity that it's crazy. Missing bottom curly missing bottom curly failed, and it gives me an empty, there's an empty line here with an empty highlight thing. That's so funny. Also nice the new lines get printed now as like a new line character. That's a nice touch. EX. Nice. So, let's see what these tests look like. Are they all the same? Do they do different things? Do they do different things? They assert the error case, error.syntax, error.syntax. It's always error.syntax though. Yeah, these guys could totally be snapshot tests. I don't see why they should stay as they are. They keep doing the same thing over and over. Oh, here's the thing that I'm missing though. I'm missing like a tool that exercises this stuff, huh? And I will probably need camera as well. Although if we make it like an error only directory, then I'm not gonna need a camera, I think. Oh, and I think I have the executable actually. It's FMT, right? I can do Ziggy FMT, and that should give me these errors. It should print the error. Yeah. Okay. It's time to instrument the Ziggy process project and add snapshot testing to it. Let's go. So we have schema. Wait, schema is empty? There's an empty schema directory? What? Is this something that I only have locally? Yeah, because it's schema inside here. Yes. So, okay. Okay, I think in errors, what I'm going to do is just put files, just put Ziggy files that we want to see error route, like one of those tests. So let's port one. Let's find one test to port. This one, for example. Struct syntax error. Wait, what's the, oh, it's dot false. Okay, so we have this. So you can already see that the thing knows that it's broken. I'm curious though why I don't see the LSP message. I wonder what's up with that. But in any case, so this is fine. So now we have start.ziggy. Now let's go into the build script. And let's set up snapshot testing. Oh no, this is a build script that has everything inside of build. Oh man, how have changed the times, man? How have changed? Pub function setup. Snapshot tests, and then pub function setup release. Let's start moving stuff around. So release step. Oh, maybe it's gonna be setup release step. I'm just gonna call it setup snapshots. Snapshot test, I like it. Okay. What do we need? We need Ziggy, folders, and LSP. Set up snapshot tests. Probably we're gonna need this. And then it's gonna need CLI, I guess, which is gonna be a pointer to an STD. I need build. CLI is gonna be a build dot step dot compile, I think. Then what are these guys? What's a module? Come on, man. Okay, and import. Can I go to that definition? Why can't I go to anything? ZLS has abandoned me. There's just no hope. I'm all alone now. Oh, no, it's me. it's entirely me. Okay, what's a module? Just start module. Is it build.module? Okay. Although for these guys, it's not a module, it's a dependency. Yeah, this thing wants a module, but what are dependencies to do? I forget. Oh wait, Ziggy is a module already. But folders is not a module. It's a dependency. So why are we not doing this? And then why are we not doing this? Check if the orbital compiles. Whoops. Okay, so this should be happy now. We just need to call it. Ziggy AST. Maybe I should rename Ziggy AST to CLI. Then what else do we need? I'm thinking that it's a mistake. So one thing that I have done in other projects that it's definitely a mistake is to not include building the CLI tool into snapshot tests, because snapshot tests in some other let me think, where did I make this mistake? Oh no, it's not snapshot tests, it's super HTML. In super HTML I made the mistake of fixing the library but not fixing the CLI, because it was running tests and the tests were not testing also the CLI. So this is actually good. The fact that the tests here implies also. So should we have, okay, this is interesting because here we have a test step that runs unit tests. The question is, should we run unit tests when we run snapshot tests? Should we have a distinction between the two? I don't think we should have a distinction between the two. I think that running unit tests, it should be just run tests. I'm thinking that basically running unit tests should depend on that. You know what? Here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to straight up change this from setup snapshot test to setup tests. And we're going to do everything in here. I'm going to run unit and snapshot tests. Target and optimize. Okay. We're going to need this stuff from somebody. Is there anybody that has it for us? Yeah. Thank you. Yoink. Yoink. So we have target and optimize. So now this guy is happy. Then let's see, test filter. There's test filter stuff if we want to. Catch 'em. Gotta catch 'em all. Okay. Why am I doing beallocator dupe? Why am I duping? Because it was accepting only one test filter. But even then, why am I duping? Why am I duping? Is this like a very old ass thing? Why am I duping? Why am I panicking? Why am I doing any of this stuff? When you make your projects, do you always set a strip in build.zig? You mean a strip CLI argument to strip the executable? Oh, you mean this. No, okay, I can tell you why I was doing this. So back once upon a time, there used to be a problem where debug info on macOS ARM would be broken, and you would end up with, if you had too much metaprogramming in your Zig program, you would end up with stack traces that loop forever. So like the panic function in the Zig standard library would loop forever, trying to print an endless stack trace. So by stripping, I was basically able to panic without encountering that infinite loop. So that's why I had strip. And it was here because I would manually, when I encountered that bug, I would manually set it to true and then try again. So yeah, no, strip is not that important. It had meaning in the past. Guys, don't fight in chat, please. Be nice to one another. So run unit tests. If args, give the args to run unit tests. That's fine. Run unit tests has side effects. True. Why do I have that there? Man, this is like, it's spelunking. You know, it's like looking at it's like you're doing some kind of what's it called, archaeology, and like you're learning about this ancient population where you had these proto-human beings. They're not yet Homo sapiens, right? They're kind of smart. They're better than monkeys, but they're not quite there yet. And it's like, oh man, why did this guy do this thing? Like, why did they, shout at the moon, or like, why did they behave that way? And it's like, yeah, it's that, but it's me, like a year ago. Oh my god. Okay, so we want to run unit tests, and then we need to set up a snapshot test. I was reading a build.ziggy from months ago, same exact thing. Yeah, like, why am I? Jesus. Okay, let's set up snapshot testing. So we don't need camera. We're gonna need this diff thing. We might want to have a dedicated step. Do we? No, you know what? Tests is fine. I want to run all tests all at once. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so hello, actually this is going to be just one diff command. So one big diff command, but before we can run it, we're going to need to do, well, we're going to do git add, yes. We're going to need to do git add on the entirety of this thing, yes. Then we're going to need to set up the recursion stuff. Okay, so this is going to be errors. So we do build root handle open dir. tests. Well, it's actually tests. Then our directory, and then errors. So we open errors. We iterate on it. And we path join. Oh, there's another path. Let's call it base path. I don't know. Base path slash entry.name. This is going to be path. We don't run camera. We run CLI. CLI command. Subcommand is going to be FNT. We also want to filter out files that end with Ziggy in the name. I think I'm going to do it this way. Oh, shit. This is not going to work for Ziggy schema. Well, good thing that Ziggy schema is now empty. So we're going to run it for each file, and then we're going to capture the, so we're going to call Ziggy FMT. On each one of these guys, we're going to say that it has side effects. Do we need to say that it has side effects? Oh, this one is nice. We don't need to say that it has side effects. For Zine, we need to do that because it deals with multiple files, but this guy deals only with that one file, so this is perfect. We capture the std out, and we update the snapshot by creating snapshot.txt. No, let's do something better. Path join. Let's create the same file but with .txt. Snap name is going to be p.path join path join. Path join. No, it's not path join. What am I doing? It's FMT. There you go. We're going to update the snap. We also need to expect this to fail. So here we do run CLI, expect status code. Is this expect status code? Expect exit code. Expect edit code 1. Okay. So these are snapshot tests. They're all expected to fail. I don't know, YOLO. There's an error. Set up tests. Do Zig build. Expected for arguments found 2. Oh. Target optimize. There's no model in build, really? In build on module. Oh, build 84. Expected type void found out of memory. Build 90. Expected type cons to 8 found cons. Oh, cons. What? Oh wait, did I fix that? Did I undo my fix? No. Please, dude. Please, dude. File not found. Oh, that's so annoying. We try to open something that doesn't exist. Instead of tests, base path doesn't exist. Why? Build root doesn't exist. Where is this stuff? Build root handle open their base path. Tests. Ziggy. Oh, you know what? It's the schema that doesn't exist, maybe. Oh, no, I get it. Success? No, there should not be success. Oh, well, test. Right. So we have this failing test. But where's the snapshot testing? We have these. We have that. That's fine. But we haven't wired this stuff correctly, I think. Let's see. Updates. Okay. We run the CLI. We capture std out. We copy file to source out. Update snap depend on. Wait, update snap depend on CLI run step. That's unnecessary. We already know that. GitHub step depends on running this. Wait, what's in that snap? There's no snap. Where's my snap, man? Git add depends on this. Wait, I think we're missing a step. Git add depends on this. Diff depends on git add. Test step depends on diff. Test step depends on running unit test. We're missing the test step. No, we have the test step depends on diff. So wait a second. Why are we not? Oh, I think it's stdr. Gimme, 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 gimme. No. It prints this fucking garbage, man. Okay, the CLI is busted. Well, I need to fix the CLI. But also, why is this not triggering? Where is my snapshot going, man? Where is my snapshot going? Are we like skipping everything for some reason? You know what? That's actually easy to debug. We do summary all. And then we scroll a bunch. Or not. Maybe we didn't scroll a bunch. Maybe it was at the bottom all along. Of course, this stuff is at the bottom. What am I saying? So we run tests, of which 7 fail, and then one skipped and that's cached. And then we run git diff, which wants us to do add, and then nothing else gets mapped to it. So somehow our looping code is not looping as it should. What's going on? From build root, we do tests / Ziggy / errors. Tests Ziggy errors. We loop it. I guess I can add some printing. Okay, show me some printing. There's going to be all this spam, but we need to scroll all the way up to the top. It's annoying, but okay. File keep, files track.ziggy, file keep. So is the extension keeping the dot? The extension keeps the fucking dot. Okay. Mystery solved. Still. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Let's take a look again. What happens? Equal.ziggy. Let's try again. Let's see what happens now. I'm surprised that I don't see okay. Wait a second. Where's my okay? Why are we in... Oh. There you have it. We only cared about directories. I should have read the code instead of copy pasting it without thinking. God damn it. So if it's a directory, we skip it instead of using it. We did do directories in Zine, but in our case, we don't want to do directories. We only want to do files that have a .ziggy extension. And now the summary all should make sense. There we go. Running Ziggy ends in failure. Interesting. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to temporarily unwire these unit tests. I'm going to run without unit tests so that I get less spam. What's the problem? Fail to spawn and capture stdio. Not there. Not there. What does that even mean? Not there. Oh, snap. We have a CD. We have a CD where we CD into path. Oh, no. There we go. Update source files failed now. God damn it, man. Is this, again, the same problem? Yeah. You know what? This should be file path. Oh, I'm dumb. We need to pass it also as an argument. Yeah. There we go. We finally got our snapshot to print this garbage. Okay, let's go fix the CLI. There we go. Now the snapshot test is a little bit better. User crystal Ziggy test errors. Oh, this path is super long. So that's an annoying part. Now I understand what the problem is. The problem is that if we make this path like this, then all of it bleeds into the output, which we don't want to have to be these fully qualified. There's too much qualification here because then CI is not the CI is not going to make it work correctly. So I think we're going to have to change this, but then that means that we'll need to give side effects to these guys, so they will need to run multiple times, I think, unfortunately. Because I don't think there's a better way of doing that. Yeah. Just pass the entry on name. Let's see how that works. There we go. Perfect. So many changes. So many changes. Okay. So we basically now need to port all the remaining snapshot tests. Well, unit tests, making them snapshot tests. So So let's go do that. Yeah, minor changes, of course. So these were in here. So we can remove this. This one we can also remove. I'm gonna copy it all. No, well, I just need to remember. Missing bottom curly. You know what? I think I want to add everything now. I'm gonna work in progress. I'm not gonna commit it. I'm just gonna keep it here so that it's easier for me to see what happens with snapshot tests. Right. The problem with this is that basically my code doesn't handle well the fact that the line is empty. So we just print nothing, but that's fine. That's like an improvement that we can make in the future. In any case, the error is overall correct. So we're good. Line 4, column 1. Oh, this now says 5, 1 instead of line 4. Line 5. Yeah, right, because it's the unexpected EOF stuff. Oh, also because it's on me. I added an extra new line, I think, compared to the original input. No, you know what? It's the editor that adds that line. Or not. I'm curious. Yeah, I think there's also always a new line added by the editor. It's fine. Okay, missing comma. Oh, this says that it was fine, that it accepts also a front matter. That's not a good. That's not good. Let's go fix this. Let's say 2, 1. 2, 1 expected, yes. So this error is done correctly. But the error message is a little bit too lax. So let's go in AST. And I know where we're doing this. Here. There you go. There you go. Now that's gone. Okay. So I'm basically committing these snapshot changes as I go. Are we done? No, there's more. Struct missing field. Oh, snap. So this one, we can't represent as a... This one we cannot represent as a snapshot test because it requires us to have a type. How does that work? We call parse leaky. Oh, also one problem. If we call, wait a second. If we call, oh no. So we can do this with AST. Actually, we're changing the meaning of these tests a little bit by not providing a type. Never mind. What am I doing? Oh, no. I cannot take them away. Because these tests are all based on the assumption that you're using the type-driven parser. And so if I take them away, that's a problem. Because I start testing the AST parser. And you do want to test both. But the problem is that I can't take these from here out. Does AST have tests of this kind? Not really. Diagnostic, not really. Okay. Oof. That means that this whole stuff is a little bit more complicated. Okay, so I can't take those things away. I need to... I guess what I can do is take out the error printing logic. Basically to say that we don't really care about those error thingies. Or I need to find a way of turning them into proper errors in a different way. Which would require basically printing them as... Well, basically having the type also be present in a Zig file, and then we build a tiny program for each one of those. No, you can also do them in this way. I would say that this is this distinction is, maybe you could argue that they tend to be easier to implement as integration tests, but you can be as granular as you want. I think the point is, the question is, are they worth it because they let you iterate on your tests faster? And the answer is, it depends. And in my case, the reason why I'm really thinking that I want to make these snapshot tests is because I know that my error messages are not great. And I know that I want to iterate on them. And I want to make it easier for me to iterate on those errors without having every single time that I want to make a change to have to modify an endless amount of files. For something that wouldn't require this much effort to update my tests, there's no point in doing snapshot tests. But for this stuff, I think it's worth it because I want to iterate on them a lot. So to make it work, basically, here's how I would do it then. Let's go into... let's go into our build script. So the way it would work is that for each one of these things, we do a AST version and a type-driven parser version. But though that said, I think that it's probably a good idea to keep them separate. So here's how I'm gonna do it. You know what? Instead of doing Ziggy and schema, since I'm not doing anything with schema for now, I'm gonna hardcode Ziggy and then just do here AST and type driven. So tests slash Ziggy slash type driven or AST and then errors. And then, well, most of it is the same, but not all of it is the same. So let's not do a for loop. So this is what errors AST looks like. So we're going to have errors type driven. Maybe we should even organize them the other way around. First, all the AST stuff, then all the type driven stuff. But in any case, okay, so the AST stuff looks like this. The type driven stuff doesn't need CLI. Instead, it needs to build its own. So we need to make an artifact. We're going to need to build our executable. And the executable is going to be... name is going to be what? b.fmt. The stem. Maybe we even write this one down. Base name, test. Oh, what am I doing? Root file. We're gonna need to make it. I guess we can put it inside tests. Then we add Ziggy as a library. That's gonna be fun. Type-driven.zig. Am I mistyping anonymous? I guess I can do create module. Private module. Yes. Perfect. Root file is going to be Root file is gonna be base path. Not really. Test Ziggy type driven. No, base path is gonna be. Oh no, yeah, it's gonna be base path, then entry name. Be the path join. Base path, and then entry, well, base name. But it can just be base name. Yeah, basically it's gonna be the same name. Perfect. Okay, so that's how we do it. Then we don't run the CLI, but we run test program. We don't pass any argument. We could pass to it. You know what? Let's do the thing where we pass to it ab.path. Yeah. No need for this. We set CWD there. Does it even matter? Doesn't even matter. We expect exit code to be 1. We capture the std out into a snapshot, txt. Okay, so this should be it. This should have correctly wired stuff in. Well, let's watch it now fail. Let's see. No root file instruct executable options. What's it called? Root source file. Oh no, what am I doing? Let's see. Expected 1 arguments, found 2. Yeah. I forgot also to add has side effects to this guy. Okay, so failed to check hash test slash type driven.zig file hash file not found. Yes. So point number 1, we need to make it. So So we're gonna need Ziggy as a module, and then we're gonna need tested type. Well, maybe. And basically, we're going to copy the body of one of those tests instead of here, for example. No, one of the ones in parser. Yeah, we're going to want to basically copy these. Man, I'm editing this thing in a different editor for no reason, but okay. So yeah, we're going to do something along those lines. We also do care about the CLI argument now that I think about it, because we need to open that file. So we need to read that file. SED testing allocator. Ah, fuck it. I think we can do it, so I'm gonna do it. Args is gonna be args alloc. We try this. In case it's gonna be std.fs.cwd dot read file alloc options file path args1. Well, no, GPA first, arena. args1 max bytes Ziggy man. This editor, this thing that it's doing is driving me nuts. God damn it. Please. Thank you. So Ziggy max bytes. Size hint null. Alignment 1. Optional sentinel 0. This is a Ziggy diagnostic. Ziggy.parse options. Ziggy.parse leaky. Oh, and then we had the expect stuff. Right. So we should catch. Then we assert. Well, we can do if error is different than error.syntax. Hey, Scott. Oh, no, your wasn't library broke. Okay, what's case? uppercase C case type, I guess. It's gonna be test type. So that's how we expect things to be. Let's go fix the arraying stuff in our build script. Because we are adding, so we are creating, this is the AST stuff, it's fine. Test program, we're creating a module for it. We're adding it, but then we need to add also Ziggy. We don't have Ziggy. Okay, let's see how we're doing. What do you mean? Type-driven.zig is in there, is inside tests. What? What am I missing? B.path. Oh, you know what? I'm also an absolute moron. What am I doing when importing this thing? What am I doing here? Root source file is test/type-driven.zig. No, that's actually correct. I think I thought I was doing something worse, but I'm not. What's your issue, man? What is your issue? Fail to check cache tests/type-driven.zig file hash file not found. You're lying. Build exe missing bottom curly test. You are absolutely lying. Type-driven.zig. Oh shit. Fail to check cache. Test Ziggy type driven errors struct.zig. File not found. Correct. So we now need to create touch struct.zig. Well, I guess I can directly do this. So next is where do you see these quotes? Or is this for Scott? Okay, so this is the simple struct test. It was one of the first ones. No, we need to go into parser. It was one of the first ones that used diagnostics. There you go. Is it struct unknown field? No, this one is the one with the dot false. Okay, struct syntax error. This is it. So this guy had this type. There we go. Okay. Now show me. Testing allocator used when not testing. Son of a bitch, it knows. It knows. It knows that you can't. Fair. Accessor type. Ah. Wait, what? Oh, it's const, isn't it? Yeah. Is it max size? No, really? Ziggy doesn't have that? Parse options is not marked pub. Why am I like this? To be honest, it's not like I even need this. That said, that thing should definitely be public. Oh, it's here, the problem. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No module test type. Oof, we are slowly getting there. But we are getting there. How did they call it? Test type. Test type. Expected constituent found that we're missing a try. Okay, wait. Give me the summary all. Yes, it worked. Okay, so we are running one test. So for every other test, we basically will need to create a corresponding Zig thing with a type. Yeah, it is what it is. Could be better, could be worse. There are probably cleverer ways of making this work, but I think like this is clever enough. So here's what I'm gonna do. I don't know. I could actually go on. Let me double check what's the state of things for dinner, and then we move more tests. We make Ziggy good. After we make Ziggy good, then after that we have Zin that reports better errors, and then after that we implement more navigation and we start porting a bigger website, and we try to make the experience good for real this time. Not that the experience with status quo with status quo Zine is all that bad, but it's not all that good either, to be fair. So we're finally ironing out these annoying kinks that I left there for ages. This is pretty good. And I think that what I'm doing here is really, really valuable because we want to iterate on error messages. We don't want that to be tedious. We want improving error messages to be something that you do easily. Okay, so give me a sec. Oh, also, let me check what was the problem here. Wasn't function import same name, different types, results in runtime unreachable. So you have a main function that wants to do flow.foo and int.foo. They're both externs called foo. Okay. Release mode produces this what file. You have one import for foo, and then you have a call on $foo.foo. And then you have call to f2, which is defined as unreachable. Oh no. Huh. Previous version put the same import, like define the same import as two different things. But then it works because even though they're different and it's a bit bloated, it still works. I don't know. Interesting. I hope that you guys figure it out. Okay, give me a sec. Let me see how things are going around here. You know what? Let me formalize this into a work AFK of 5 minutes, and then I'll be right back. And we're continuing with our printing stuff. Basically, we have one successful thing. We want to make also the other one successful. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So what do we want to do next? Next is fixing these other tasks, right? And then finally deleting them for real. So as we fix them, we need to delete them from here. So this one is the one that I just did. And so we can finally, rightfully delete it. Hello, White Fox. So this task can go away. Oh man, it's going to be a long road to get this stuff to fully pass all tests, but we're going to get there. Okay, next test that we want to do. We have struct.zig and Ziggy and then snap. So missing comma, huh? I think it's this test here. Let's copy the keys. Well, it's not all that bad because now that we have all this stack, then we're good, basically. Now we can do Zigbee test summary all. Okay, there's another one that succeeds. Next is going to be missing bottom curly. This is the keys. In the meantime, I'm going to delete this. We have missing field. This is the one where it all started, basically. Oh, we don't have that one. So hx missing field dot Ziggy. Whoops. And missing field. Where is missing field? Missing field test. Okay, let's see. Yes. Line 1, blah, blah, blah. Missing field bar. So that's awesome. Then what else? Let's make a duplicate field. That's another test that can go away. Unknown field can also go away. Okay, let's see. Any more tests where we are asserting the error message? I don't think there are any more. That's good. So we have moved all tests that assert on error messages. They've now become snapshot tests. This is delightful, by the way. This is absolutely delightful. So now, what we're going to do next is re-enable unit tests. And we should go back to the situation where only one test fails. The diff fails, yeah. One skipped. I wonder which one we're skipping. Where's the skip test? Show me the skip test, man. I think we can figure it out on our own. You know what? I'm gonna leave it there for now. Okay. So we now have snapshot testing. God damn it! Look at how much stuff we have now. And this is gonna be a huge commit, but it's fine, I guess. So, how does this look like now in Zine? Out of curiosity, let's take a look. So, I'm in Zine. So we saw that if I do Zine 3, now I'm gonna get better errors for content parsing errors. Sure. I also have a bunch of this debug stuff. I'm gonna need to nuke this. Okay. Where's this identifier equal stuff from? Uh-oh. There's a diagnostic that we're printing? How? Okay, there we go. So this is a different style. Annoying, but fine. How do we print errors when loading? We're loading our build config. Not this build. Come on. One in source. Oh, this is it. Actually, right. I forgot that I moved this stuff. Load. Diag.fmt. Panic error while loading Zing config file. I forgot to build, I think. There we go. Which in a release mode is not gonna be this. So let's do this. Is that release fast version? What is this? What is this? What are those? What are those? What is this thing? Oh no. Oh no, don't tell me that this is a tab thing. Please don't tell me that this is a tab thing. No. Then I don't know what it is. Okay. So fine. Duplicate view title, first definition here. Okay. Honestly, this is much better than before. It's still ugly, but it's much clearer. Let's see another type of error. Missing field. Missing field title. Yeah, the fact that we complain about this at the end token, I'm not sure, but it's fine. But if two fields are missing, I think we will still complain about only one at a time. But maybe we could make it better. What if... Can we actually? Is it possible? No, there's no way of reporting more than one error. So never mind. Unexpected dot expected identifier. Okay, we're back to normality. Honestly, this has been a big improvement over where we were before. So what's next for me to do? Okay, so I guess we can update Ziggy. You know what I want to do now? Let's have these. Let's make Ziggy amazing. Let's make Ziggy work on SMD files. This is the beginning of the next stage of Zine, I think. It's gonna be pain. So I don't think this is gonna be immediate because there's gonna be some LSP specific juggling that we'll need to do that I haven't done in a while. But I think we can do it. What is the end goal? The end goal is to get... Yeah, to get what actually? Also, what happens if two LSPs want to offer auto formatting at the same time? Ah, it's gonna be the end of it. Although for now, we just don't have a markdown LSP at all, so it should actually work out. You know what? Let's embark on this journey. Maybe you should commit first. We have that one failing test. Of course, plus a bunch of new snapshot tests. Incremental commits for the win. Yes, exactly. Agreed. I think I'm gonna kill the old front matter stuff now that I think about it also. What's wrong with this file? Why is it like this? What? Why is this like this? We'll never know, I guess. I do hear the typing sounds, yes. I hear the typing sounds and I hear the music. Yes. Okay, this has been a big update. Woof. So let's look at the LSP. The problem with the LSP, oh no, using namespace. The problem with the LSP right now is that it only supports, so what's a file? A file can be a Ziggy document, a schema, and then we need a SMD document. I don't know, what do we call it? The Super MD? SMD, I guess. So where are these things defined? LSP schema, LSP document. No. Arena, bytes, diagnostics, AST based on LSP parser. Oh, this is going to use these other languages. Oh no, these ASTs. So these guys need to be updated as well. Oh no, this is going to be a mess. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, LSP document. Yeah, that sounds fine to me. Schema stuff. Right, this guy can also worry about the schema. I think the logic should mostly be the same. I don't remember which it is, but it's fine. Now, the idea is that we're going to call a language server AST, which is going to be one of these two guys. But now we need to have these things understand front matter stuff. Oh my god. I don't remember which one I wrote myself and which one was written by two-step. What is the default one right now? It's resilient. So this one is from two-step. I think I enabled by default the one from two-step because it was behaving better. So we're gonna need to make it understand front matter stuff now. Does it have a render function? It does not. Wait, how do we do auto formatting then? Wait a second. How did we do auto formatting? Don't tell me. Oh, we don't support. Wait, we don't support formatting? Oh, I guess that makes sense because we do it on the CLI. Should have implemented it though. Yeah, I told the creator that they need to fix this. If they fix this, it becomes an awesome program. Like it's pretty much perfect at that point. So we don't do formatting. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. So we'll look at the schema stuff at another point. I don't remember how that works. Okay, let's go to resilient. And let's give it an extra option. Oh, it does have FMT, but I think this one is for debugging more than anything else, isn't it? Maybe not. pretty print. Maybe this one did have interesting stuff. Okay. In any case, function init, want comments, and we do a boolean front matter. Okay, so how does it work? P.init, p.document, catch do nothing. Oh, there's a grammar. Top comment. P.open, p.consume. Oh, snap. I don't remember how this stuff works. I remember that it was fancy and very different than the way I built ASTs. While there's a top comment line, consume it. That's okay. But what do we do with the front matter token? I guess we can call p.consume. The problem is the front matter. So the front matter framing kind of has to be there for this guy to even make any sense. So here's what I'm gonna do. Also catch p document. You have to catch. Oh, right, because this guy doesn't return an error, but other things will return an error. Try advance with error. P open, peak. What open, I guess, adds another node. Okay. Yeah, so I think in our case, what we'll want to do is consume a token and error out right away. If it doesn't work, let's see. How do you do this? You do pick 0. So you do pick 0. Well, you know what? I think we can put it here. You pick 0. Or we can do consume. P add target and advance. Yeah, I think what we're gonna do is consume and then error out if it's a failure. If not, p.consume front matter. So if we don't consume a front matter token, then that's a problem. And we say missing front matter. Either that, or if there's nothing, we don't do anything and we don't even complain that there's a missing front matter. Because we don't know if the front matter is mandatory or not. So maybe we just return right away. Do we have default values? Oh, this is the parser. like this. And then let's return an error for now. Then maybe we can relax this later. Okay, so there has to be a front matter. Then we call build tree, but build tree now needs to worry about front matter tokens and treat them as EOF. Oh, we can't just call it front matter because we need a front matter property. Well, unless we pass it down. Yeah, no, let's leave it as a property. If we don't front matter, then we assert something different. We can do that, or we can consume the front matter and then expect the, you know what, maybe this is not it. This should be fine. Build tree for events, not items. Let's see. Stack append, stack pop. Open close advance. Wait, I guess it's because the complex stuff is inside document. Okay, you know what? I think I need to spend some time to look into this more because this is not going to be trivial to fix, I think. Although I think that a closing front matter tag should treat it be mostly like an EOF. Yes, the front matter is this idea. It's the idea that of having a Ziggy document embedded at the top of a super markdown file with dash 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 delimiters. So that this is the front matters, yes. So I'm basically adding support for that in the language parser itself. I have a bunch of different parsers. So I did 2 parsers already. This is a third parser that I need to enhance. So the idea is we look at the current token, and the current token makes us either advance with error or do dedicated thingies. So here, if I see a front matter, that's like the end, and that's fine. Although it depends. Okay, the logic is if I see an identifier, then I'm parsing a value. If I see a comment, then I think it may be a top level struct. If I see a front matter, then I should write down that I saw a opening front matter. Well, no, wait, the opening front matter, we said that we deal separately. So we only worry about the closing front matter, which is kind of like this EOF, except that it's only valid if we want a front matter. So it should be like this. If not p.front matter, then advance with error. Otherwise, do nothing because it's going to be equivalent to a new F. We're going to need to do something in top level struct as well. Let me change this to open front matter. Okay, now the next question is, we're parsing a top level struct. How does it work? We open, we do struct body, and then we close the struct. Struct body. Oh, we have the scene field stuff. That's awesome. If we say neof, if mode is nested, then it's an error. True. I would say comma dot front matter. It's an error because it's an unexpected token. If you're at the top level, if mode is nested or not p the front matter. No, I think I'm fucking it up by squeezing these two things together. Wait a second. I'm gonna copy paste this. So if we see a front matter, if we are nested or not p the front matter, then it's a problem. Okay. That said, when we see a front matter, it should pretty much be like an EOF at that point. Yeah, so let's see what's the thing. You should use ZZZ instead of dash dash dash. Yeah. I think that the plus 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 dash 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 is not a Hugo specific thing. It's a standardized thing, standardized-ish. It's not only Hugo. Everything that wants to support TOML as a front matter language will accept the plus 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 and will use the plus 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 to denote that. But you know what? You know why it's standardized? It's because people are using like 3 libraries. Everybody's using the same 3 libraries. So I guess they basically standardize thanks to their laziness, basically, pretty much. So if we see a front matter, then we break. What happens when we break? We do p.comments. We consume any potential training comment. But we shouldn't do this if we saw a front matter. So if token is token available here, where do we have token defined? So we have T that gets defined inside. Peaklen. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. This look allows the first closing the struct field 3 instead of scattering many p close calls at exit points. Oh snap! So there's more stuff that happens when we close that while loop. No, we're still inside the switch, so we're breaking away from the while loop. Never mind. We might want to look into that stuff, but that's another problem for later. So we say if dashes if dashes and p upfront matter. Well, basically, if not dashes, okay, let's do it like this. Basically, don't do comments if there are dashes. I think there's still stuff that we haven't solved here. Expect the 5 arguments found 4, yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick break to eat dinner. So mark AFK, 15 minutes. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna continue this work. Let's get the Ziggy LSP working on Super Markdown. It's gonna be cool. Okay, I'm back. Back with still 4 minutes available, huh? Super quick dinner, yes. What were we doing? Yeah, we were trying to fix this thing, right? So we're kind of patching it, not really knowing 100% what we're doing. The problem is that this thing is also fuzzy, so yeah. Here's another right bracket EOF thing. Are footnotes supposed to work in Zine? Yes, they are. If they don't, that's sus. But also it depends on which version of Zine you have. So, not Walker, if you update Zine, sorry, I don't remember how comfortable you are with using Zig. So I'll just say what you should do. If you don't know how, tell me, and I'll tell you, and I'll give you more help. But if you update Zine to latest version, so not tagged version, but master branch, or main branch, last commit, then footnotes in there certainly work. If you have an older version, I don't remember what the tagged version of Zine supports or not. Okay, so we have a new F thing. I'll also put .front matter in here. Maybe. But also, why the T2 stuff? So I think we're doing like multiple look ahead. Man, this thing is smart. And I'm not. Okay, you know what? Let's leave the front matter handling only if we get it right away. Let's ignore whatever else is doing, whatever this other thing is doing for now. Let's fix build errors. So document 48. So this is false. This is true. Then you base your parser on a reader or a complete string. It's generally easier to base your parser on a complete string. Not always. Sometimes it's fine also to parse it on a reader. It depends. Actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm saying this wrong. I'm saying this completely wrong. It's the same thing. Reader or string, it's the same freaking thing. It's if you have a single byte parser. If you have a streaming parser, that one is more complicated. So I would say, I guess it depends. Oh, currently using 0.13. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Wait. Wait a second. I'm starting to piece the pieces together. Wait a second. So this is you, Divus. You're having trouble with the live reload stuff on Windows 11. Is that correct? It might be that I knew this stuff at some point in time. Sometimes I like the mapping between Twitch names and Discord names. It's tough. So which one do you use? I don't know, Danik. It's tough. So I've written one based on a reader for Redis. Like I have a Redis client that reads off of the socket because that's what you want to do. But then here's my suggestion. Start with a version that accepts a string, not a reader. Accept a complete string and leave it to the caller to figure that part out for now as a starting point. Then if going forward you see that maybe things could be better if they were different, then go and do something different. But as a starting point to do that, that's my recommendation. Simple string. Okay, so we have SMD here, but now SMD is not even wired in. So let's see if we build without being wired in. We should. We do. Perfect. Now let's go in LSP and let's wire ourselves in. So we want to import. Oh, is this in logic? Yes. Oh, that's why it was working, because we never saved this bad boy. So we need this guy. Const SMD equals at import SMD. What am I doing? Oh, you mean in my project? In my project, these guys accept strings. They don't have a reader. Nothing name superMD in LSP logic language. Well, yeah. Notes. Oh, okay, the errors are elsewhere. Yeah. So LSP206. If it's a Ziggy file, we do this. If it's a Ziggy schema, we do that. What are we looking at? Completion. I would argue that for both Ziggy and SMD and SuperMD, we want to do the same thing, but it's different types. So I'm going to do inline. Although you could argue that a Ziggy file and another file are the same thing except with a Boolean, so you don't even need a different type. Maybe. Maybe they could just have a Boolean in them. You know what? Let's try this. Let's try to not add a new thing. I changed my mind. So let's go in logic. Let's say, no, there's no superMD. This stuff never existed. Let's say there's just Ziggy and Ziggy schema, but that Ziggy document can also know if it's a front matter or not. So we keep around information whether we are front matter or not. Okay, so we do everything the same, except that this one is, it's the front matter field, and then everything else is the same. I don't know. Maybe this is gonna work. Maybe that's all we need to do. Nothing more than this. Let's see what happens now. Well, no, we need to do two more things. We need to map the correct file extension, right? So take out superMD here. lsp.zig in open file. Now we worry about file extensions. So here is file. Files get. No, that's not that. It's not initialize. Actually, maybe. Do we care about this stuff? No. Initialize, shutdown, document symbol, exit, open document. Open document, yes. Copy the document. There we go. Text document.language ID. And we do string to enum with handler.language. Oof. Problem is, Well, I guess we can do it like this. We can do it like this, and then we can say that superMD is another one that has document in it. And then every time we switch on this, every time we do it, we do Ziggy and then the same thing. Maybe, or something different. So that means that there's no other implementation, but we still have a bunch of switches to fix. I guess it could be worse. I guess it could be worse. No. Watch crash right away. Wow, watch is crashing real hard, huh? So 206. Huh. How to discover for a unused variable? Yeah, sure. What are we looking at? Load file. Oh, language. Also not getting footnotes to work on ZinMaster. If you have a branch, I can take a look, but they should definitely work. Also, you know what? I have an example for you, I think. Check out... So I do use them in my personal blog in only one thing. So content, I have one blog post with those things. And I don't remember which one. But there's one. It's one of the newer ones. This one, maybe? Yes. Got it right first try. All your code base uses it. So, not Walker, check this out. So, here's how I'm using the syntax. So, just to double check that you're using the correct syntax. I don't remember where I put it, but it's in there somewhere. In any case, I put it at the bottom. And then my layout, does it need to account for this at all? I don't remember if if the layout has to, but it's easy to see. Yeah. So here's how it works, not Walker. Here's probably why you're not getting them. It's because you need to explicitly render them in your layout. So like they don't come bundled with your main content, but you need to access them manually if they're present. Now, if you're still around, send me a message. Send a message in chat so that I can see that you are around. If you're not, if I don't see anything, then I'm gonna send this over on Discord. You are. Okay. Okay, so you do the layout stuff, but you don't see them pop up. Then you're getting compile errors. Oh shit. I'm around by enough him. Okay. So what were we doing here? Did you consider using Zone from the front matter? There are, so when I started this work, Zone wasn't really a thing yet, but still, I think that there are reasons to want to make a different language. So the layout comment terminated unexpectedly. I see. So here's what I would suggest, not Walker. If you can, push that to a branch and open an issue for it, or send me a link on Discord so that I can repro and correct. It has to be latest Zine. There might be also some changes that I haven't pushed. So in that case, but they shouldn't touch. You know what? It might be that I regressed footnotes in recent changes. So it might be entirely my fault. Yeah, if you don't mind pushing somewhere, I'll take a look. And I'll fix it. Oof, so much stuff to do, man. But we'll get there. Okay. Apologies for the annoyance. Do we build? Oh, we build and then we panic. And then we get a reliable crash from watch. That's awesome. So we build. We build. So that means config Helix languages.toml. So super HTML has super HTML LSP and typos. Super MD has typos, and then Ziggy LSP. Okay. I think the Ziggy LSP is not working super well. I think we're gonna need to cat what's going on. Yeah. I think we panicked hard. Parsing Ziggy AST, start body, error, at line 7,1, expected EOF. And then there's an integer overflow. If Ziggy predates is on, why is on? Because different people have different needs. So Andrew needed a language for the Z compiler that prioritizes, I guess, simplicity and not necessarily go and try design ideas that might maybe make sense, but that are, like, in any case, interesting for people who are doing other things other than finding a project manifesto file. Sorry, I say manifesto, I should say just manifest. a project manifest file, which is what build.zig.zone is. Well, in my case, I wanted to do something more fancy. So I would say that the difference is that Andrew wanted to go for something, less adventurous because the compiler doesn't need an adventurous data format. There were some ideas that were floating around before, but Zone seems a good idea. But at the same time, I think that I want to experiment with the fancy things that I added to Ziggy. So yeah, that's it. So struct body, identifier EOF. I think here's what's going on. Basically, I think I did it wrong. Instead of looking at right, okay. I think I understand what I'm doing wrong and how to fix it. So resilient parser. Let us not worry about having a front matter right away. Let us worry about having a front matter very far in front of us. Let's see, this block allows to defer closing the start field 3 instead of scattering many close calls at exit points. It also allows a threading command token to come after the start field 3 is closed. So we have T2, then we have T3, and then we have T4. T4 is expected to be a comma or a dot. If it's a comma, you advance. Like, I'm kind of curious how, I don't understand how this works. Like, I understand that this is basically saying struct body looks at 4 tokens at a time, basically. So it looks at like dot, identifier, and then equal sign, and then maybe value, I guess. So we start by looking at the closest token to us, which, to be fair, could be a front matter, and we would want to do this, and we would want to break. But let's say that it's not. Let's say that it's identifier, and then, sorry, it's dot, and then there's an EOF, and then there's a front matter that it would be a problem. But still, I don't get it. Still, I don't get it, because we say, okay, if it's a dot, then it's fine. If it's a front matter, I would say it's unexpected, and it's an error only in the case that we don't expect it front matter. Otherwise, it should be fine. Then we have T1. This is which we expect to be the identifier, but it could also be a surprise EOF or a surprise something else. Although if it's a front matter, I would say this is an unconditional error. Although that's what we do already. We advance with error, but also we would want to break, I think. If we see every time we see a front matter, we want to break. So actually advance with error doesn't matter. We just want to add an error and then break, I think. And I think it's the same for every other case. So we did see an identifier. Then we're waiting for an equal sign. But instead we get a front matter. That's an error. We then do T3. T3, we expect it to be a value. And if it's a front matter, that's totally an error, regardless. And then there's T4, which can be a comma, a dot, Or if it's anything else, it's a break. Which is correct. Well, no. Let me think. If it's anything else, it means that the struct is closed. And then how would we deal with, if we don't consume the end front matter here? I think we need to consume the end front matter here. So if it's a front matter, we set dashes to true and then we break. Okay, let's see if this is any better. Okay, we have crashed again right away. Why? Add error line 7 column 1. Unexpected. Triple thing is expected EOF. And then we have a integer overflow. God damn it. Oh, I think I understand the problem. The problem is that we consume, so we have struct body that sees dot identifier equals string, and that works. Then we see dot identifier equals something. Then we see dot identifier equal this. Then we see a triple dash right away. Hello, Ron. Have you added the support JSON and looping over JSON and displaying cards in HTML, for example? You can do that. It works. Yes. I haven't, I don't have any explicit guide over it, but you should totally be able to do that with current Zin. Yes. So why are we freaking out about a front matter on our token 0? We should not be freaking out about this. We should not be freaking out. I suspect that we're not setting front matter to true. You know what? See debug.print. If you try and you get stuck, push what you did somewhere so that you can show me your partial progress. And then I'll tell you how to go forward from there. Wait a second. Are you serious? Are you serious? Why is struct body not printing my message? What is going on? Why are we not? What? Oh, I know why. Because we need to use log. I'm dumb. That's on me. I haven't done LSP stuff in a while. front matter true, then why do we think it's unexpected? I think we're expecting it to be, it's unexpected for us somewhere else. So we're totally doing this right. We're breaking, we're skipping comments, but then there's either a defer or something that happens afterwards. So struct body gets called in struct and top level struct. And it's where we try to close top level struct. I think. To closed. No. Mark opened to int. I have no idea what this is doing, but fine. So this is all fine. The first in fields.init. So okay, so it means that it's in document. It's something that happens in document after we're done with this. This is it. If not p.eof or p.frontMatter and not. Oh, you know what? I would say maybe we can enhance this EOF. Who calls it? I would say that basically POF is going to be like this. Okay. So can we import JSON inside SMD? Oh, inside SMD? No. You can do that inside of inside templates, not inside Markdown. Inside Markdown, you put content. You don't do complicated metaprogramming. If you want to interleave your content with something that is like that, the way that you do it is that you use sections, like content sections specifically, and you subdivide your Markdown file into like 2 or more sections, and then in your template you print the first section, then you do the metaprogramming to display cards from a JSON file, and then you print the rest of your document. But it's not designed to be something that you do inside your Markdown files. Like the philosophy of Zine is that you shouldn't have weird metaprogramming inside your content files. That should be reserved for what you do inside templates. But again, if you do need interleaved stuff, you need some text, then some complicated stuff, then some more text, then you can still do that if you want, but it still goes inside the HTML stuff. If you want a concrete example of this, check this out. So the official Zig website has a download section, and you see this entire page. This page is entirely generated with Zine from this JSON file. And if you want to see the source code for that, is here. And it starts with this. Okay, we still crash, but now it's different. I think parsing Ziggy AST, reach and unreachable code, assert not PEOF 1503. Advance asserts that you're not advancing on EOF. Oh no. When did we do this? We called advance on 1447 in consume. And we try to do consume on front matter. Snap. Right about that. Right about that. That makes sense. Okay, now I understand what I did. We just need to call advance. We need to do this. But, well, no, I can't call advance because I need to do events.append advance. Huh. How do we do this? Because the fact that we like wiring this stuff into EOF, I think it's really good. It's really good in general. But the problem is that we kind of... Also, this is advanced with error. Do we want advanced with error? I think we want add error and then... And then we want to break. Yeah. So we can't do... how do we do open front matter? So we can't consume. I guess we do it manually. Advanced with error, no open. Interesting. EOF. I think we can do it like this. We set it to false. We consume a front matter, which we can temporarily do because it's not going to be an EOF temporarily. And then we flip back front matter to true after we have consumed it. Let's see what happens now. We crash again with an integer overflow. So this is all fine. And now we're, okay, so now we're dealing with this other problem that I think is more general. Resilient parser 1556. Okay, what's happening there? Here in advance, build tree. There's an invariant that we're not respecting here, where basically we are advancing, I think, and opening when we shouldn't. It should be advanced no open or something. Advanced with error no open. Is there consume no open? You know what? Maybe I just want to do this. I just want to move the tokenizer forward. I don't want to do anything else. So that also simplifies all this stuff. Okay, let's take a look at this stuff again. Well, I can leave that assert. That's good. So here's what we do. We look at the current token and we say, what does at do? It calls peak 0. Okay, and it says, are we at a front matter right now? If we are not, we return an error and we don't do anything. Otherwise, we advance to the next token. Oh, but we need that. Okay. Like this. Let's see if this is better. Also, this can be add error because we immediately return it in any case. So advanced, no advanced, doesn't matter. Okay, now we're crushing somewhere else. Nice. Assertion failure. 1564. Build tree, we assert that the last stuff is an EOF. So that means that we're not consuming the front matter. Although also we are asserting this stuff. Is it too late to add errors? Is it okay to leave a front matter unconsumed? Do we want to advance? instruct body. Maybe we don't in here. But what about in here? Where instruct body and we see a front matter. We do want to advance. Like if you see a comma, where's the comma? But we don't do anything with equal sign. Wait, so who does the advancing? How does it work? Let's see. T0, we see a dot, we do nothing. We see front matter. I think this is the case where we need to consume it. Is that a thing? No. So this is how we consume. Oh no, it's not consume the right word. It's advance. Okay, so if we survive this, so we advance. And then there's advance with error, no open. There's no advance, no open. Although I don't know what that would imply. So advance. I think that if we see a front matter in here, we want to advance. Is there any other place where a front matter is fine? No, other ones, they're all errors. But we still want to consume it. I think every time, since seeing a front matter is a terminal thing, I think we always want to advance every time we see one. I think we want to advance every single time because we want to burn that token there. And that should mean that we'll always end with an EOF. Although, no, wait a second. I'm doing something dumb. Never mind. No. We do not advance this bad boy because then we are not going to see an EOF. We're going to see something bad. Oh, no, wait. Actually, never mind. If it's the way it works is that if feed front matter EOF, dot front matter, also dot EOF. That's how it works. Three dot tag. Yeah, but I need a token dot tag. How does it work? Yeah, token tag. Really? We're tripping still. Oh, did I fail to rebuild? Final token is a comma? Final token is a comma. Final token is a comma. Okay, so you know what I'm doing wrong then? I'm exiting too early. So I think, dot identifier equals value. How does this work? Let me see the other things. There's a thing EOF, identifier EOF. Oh, that's the problem. It sees two identifiers because it's looking past that thing, and it shouldn't. Maybe we should tell the tokenizer to be on the lookout for the triple dashes and return EOF after the second dash is found. So the problem is that we see this, and then there's these two guys. And the idea is that we have consumed this. That's the problem. That doesn't explain why the final token is a freaking comma. That's weird. So how would this work? So this is a peak also. Another interesting thing is that it's a peak. So we're not consuming these things. We're looking into the future. Oh, I guess what we want to do is basically, I think I get it. What we want to do is not add error, is advance with error. So in this case, we're saying that we don't want to consume this guy. In the case of EOF, there's nothing else to do, but I think with this, we want to advance with error. Although I'm not sure this opens. This opens. Do we want to open? No, maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's just advance. It's just add error. But then we want to consume one. So let me think about it for a moment. Technically, we don't want to consume anything. Although this is the case that's fading. It's the case where we see this guy and then we see a shitty final token. Also, I'm surprised that this is not erroring out. I'm guessing it's because I made a... Yeah, actually, I don't know. Why is this not erroring out? Schema applying. Now, I think this should have pooped itself. It's just that we don't see it yet. So there's also an else advance with error, which I find interesting. But then we continue. Well, with the EOF, we just break immediately, which is kind of what we want to do with front matter. Identifier. No, I think this has to do with how we return from this call. So we do a top level struct. And then if it's not an EOF, we complain. That's true. Also, you know what I'm thinking maybe? That we should assume that this is only an EOF. No, I think that's fine, actually. But now, to be fair, if it's a front matter thing, our EOF is not just a front matter token. It's only the front matter token, not an EOF. An EOF is still wrong, although, well, let me put it this way. Here I should say if not p dot at, so if front matter and not p at front matter, then we want to add an error. So we definitely want to do this. Then we could close this thing. Okay. So this should be fine. Let's Zig build this and see what happens. What was the error that I was experiencing? The fact that our final token for some reason was a comma, which seems weird. Wait, are we sure this is working? Yeah. Final token is a comma. Wait, why are we not tripping this version? What did I do there? Oh, it's because I'm consuming it. I'm dumb. P tokenizer consumes the comma. Why are we not consuming the comma though? Because we are peaking. Right. The fact is, even T0 is peaking. It's not the current token. It's the one that we're peaking at. So we need to is it advance? We need to advance, I think. So where is it? If we see front matter here, on the first one, we want to advance. What was the thing? Is that we wanted it to always end. So we want to advance to consume. We want to advance to put ourselves as the current token. And then if we are in any of the other ones, we kind of want to advance twice or something. Although we don't really care about this. We just want to do P tokenizer next. So maybe advance is the wrong thing. Is there like a go forward N? Consume N ones of these guys? Peak land, peak. No. And maybe advance is not the right word for it. I guess what we can do, you know what? Here's what we can do. That assertion, I would say, I guess we want to comment it out. Okay, so this should work. Hello, dfox21. We don't panic. We're running. It works, except it does not. It works, except it actually does not work. Oh man, it poops itself very fast. Unexpected dashes, expected EOF. Brutal. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. So we got Ziggy in there. It's just that the parser logic is a little bit nuanced and I don't fully understand it. So I'm not able to fully fix it easily. That's unfortunate. It still picked 0 though. We're still peaking though. Well, this guy is not peaking, is it? Are you peaking? It is peaking. It's peaking 0. Okay. Is this what we're doing? I want to see if this guy putting in the I expected an EOF. Yep, it's me. Oh no. Why are we thinking that we're not at an EOF? Well, I mean, you know what? No. To be fair, we need to we still need to keep normal EOF in there because otherwise everything is gonna error out. Like everything is gonna say, wait, where's like it hits EOF, it doesn't understand the EOF is and it's Terminator thing, so it keeps looping forever. So why are we getting in here? Why do we think that it's not an EOF? Does add error do something in that sense? No, it only appends to errors. Currently at front matter. Currently at front matter. Currently at front matter. Am I going insane? Oh no, I think I get it. The difference is that here we're asking if the next thing is the front matter. No, it's the same thing. We're doing peak 0. Oh my god. We're totally doing peak 0. I'm so confused. Peak 0 should not change. It does not consume the thing. We keep receiving the same thing. Also, start 0 and 4. What? Wait a second. Oh, I think I understand what's going on. Maybe. At least partially. So one thing that's happening is certainly the fact that on document, if we see a front matter right away, peak 0. Peak 0. This might have something to do with the fact that open front matter doesn't consume. We do call ptokenizer.next. So I think the problem is that I'm not correctly consuming this thing. But wait, how? No, that's dumb. I do see the stuff, right? We do see this. So I think that the first time everything works correctly, but then the second time, wait a second. Okay, so this time we saw everything and it works. But then if I make an edit, then now it doesn't work. Trying to find schema, parsing Ziggy AST, and now we have an unexpected top level structure value. Why is it like this? Why is the second time that we touch something so problematic? Why is the second time so problematic? Ooh, I'm dumb. I know why, actually. It's because, oh my god. It's because there's another function that resets these things and it doesn't set them correctly. Where's edit? Change document. We call load file. Do we do it correctly in load file? Yes, we do, actually. So we recall load file. You know what? Let's do this. And then language. Load file And here this file. Yeah, this does not call load file the first time around. It does not call load file. Interestingly, or at least we didn't see that print. Second time around, it does. File tag equals Ziggy. Why? Why? Why does file tag equal Ziggy? Ah, shit. This was all me all along. I messed up how this thing saves stuff. Let's see. Try document.init. Get or put at a given URI. Shit, look at this. Look at this. God fucking damn it. Even if I have a tag, I can't use it. Um, God damn it. Switch will send all possibilities, yeah. Man, I caused myself so much pain just by being dumb. Yo, it works. It works. It works. It works. So we have Ziggy diagnostics in the front matter. They're not super helpful yet because we don't have a schema yet. Yet. But yeah, we have something though. This is better than nothing. Look at this bad boy. Oh, it bleeds outside of everything else though. I think that's on me. It's because I need to handle the front matter separator more adequately. You should change at date to dot date. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. So this entire mess just to get the front matter stuff to work. My implementation is not optimal. I think that I need to correctly wire in the front matter stuff also elsewhere. Honestly, making so that the tokenizer refuses to go past a second thing could be interesting, but it would still break this thing. Okay. Git status. Let's see. Bunch of changes to this LSP stuff. I'm gonna remove. I think I can commit this Zig build test. We pass tests. We don't. Because there's our resilient parser tests that we broke. Oh, we also invoked this guy. Oh, Ziggy schema AST. No, so that's fine. Expect FMT. Okay, let's see. Okay, we're back to one failed test. Okay, I'm actually happy with this now. So wait, we don't have CI for this guy? What? An alternative could be to kind of cut at the second front matter. So like you get the file, but then you always cut it short. And so you only concern yourself with the first front matter, not the second one. And that's probably not a bad idea, actually. Well, I'm going to commit this. But then, yeah. Okay. So what do we want to do next? Yeah, you know what? Probably cutting the input on the second triple dash is a good idea. And then just report a missing front matter error. Or maybe not even missing front matter. Like if you see the first 3 dashes, then you say that it's an open front matter if it doesn't close, if you don't close it. But otherwise, yeah, that's probably the better approach. It's actually probably the better approach. So you still want to have some awareness of the front matter token, but not all that much. You only care about the opening one, not the closing one. That's a way of doing it. Okay, what do we want to do next? So we've done a ton of Ziggy work, like a metric ton of Ziggy work. Let's say that maybe let's ping their Teufel in Discord. Actually, that is not important. What is important is if you're interested in helping a bit with Ziggy, okay, I'm not gonna ping two-step yet because I think I want to change my strategy. And if I change my strategy and I undo most of that commit, leaving only some changes, then I think we're good. Okay, so I don't know. Do I do that now? I could do that now. What do we want to do? I guess I can do that, or I can circle back to Zine. But I find this Ziggy stuff interesting. You know what? Let's get it to a nice situation. Let's get it to a nice point, and then we can tell people that they can try this out if they want. Let's go do that. So here's how I'm gonna do it then. I'm gonna go back into the resilient parser, and I'm gonna look at mentions of front matter. So if front matter, we want to open the front matter, yes. I think we don't even want to save this option because we only care about this in the beginning. And this is like more like an assertion than anything else, I think. Because this parser, we assume that this parser is used in a different way. Oh my God, Helix. Yeah, so pretty much we only do open front matter at that point. Literally, we just do that. Nothing else. We skip the opening front matter. And then we do not expect to find it anywhere else. We do not expect to find it there. Yeah, this is it. Now we can keep this. Beautiful. So we Zig build now. Now we change the LSP code a bit. Oh, there's an assert. Okay, so now we go into the LSP code. We say in document.new, the bytes that are given to us, we actually want to change. I guess we'll keep the entire file around. That's fine. Maybe. Let's see. My music died. Piano jazz. So when we're given the document, we basically want to subslice it, basically. That's the idea. Document if bytes, if schema, blah, 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 blah. So I think it should work like this. Const source is going to be if front matter, or if not front matter, then it's bytes. Else, it's more complicated. So if it's more complicated, here's how it works. We take those bytes, which we consider const, but I think we can actually always mutate. So that shouldn't be a problem. I'm going to const cast this stuff. Or we take this out. You know what? Let's take this out. So var it equals std mem dot tokenize scalar u8 bytes split on new lines. We split on new lines and we say we expect the first line to be triple dashes. What if it's null? Well, no, I think the first thing, worst case, it's an empty string, I think. No, tokenize does not return empty strings, so it could be null. Okay, we need to deal with those cases. First line equals it.next, or else what? Or else or else well, if it's empty, what do we want to do if it's empty? Is the AST optional? The AST is optional. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I wonder why we make it optional. I guess. Yeah, actually, I'm curious. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Oh, no. Here we do set it, though. I wonder what the rest of the code thinks if we have an AST left set to to undefined. Well, to null. Sorry. Okay, let's think about it for a moment about everything else. So let's assume that we do find the first line. So it's kind of like this. So I would say this is more like not on an or else thing. It's more like an if thing. So if there is a first line, then we go deeper. Is this is the first line a delimiter? If it is, then now we have an open now we have an open front matter, and now we're looking for the end. So let's call it, yeah, this is first line. Okay. So again, let's do the happy case. So now we look for the end line. So validate.next. If close line is also the same, then this is the epi case. This is the epi case where we want to break source with what? A substring that goes from with bytes that go from 0 to IT, the current state of the iterator, which is index, minus close line.len, because we want to exclude that line. And everything else is an unhappy case. So the unhappy case is here, where we basically don't even need an else. It's we survive the while loop. That's an unhappy case where this is error dot open from matter, while the other one is first line is not what we think it is. So we kind of don't care. It's kind of like we need to shut off. So I guess we could say we could set source to an empty string. Maybe. Maybe. And same in the other case. And we need to learn how to communicate this case here. Open front matter. How do we communicate this? I don't know how to communicate that. Let's ignore it for now. Let's assume, let's say that it's the same as this one for now, which is what we have coded. Yeah, let's see what happens. The last problem here is that we're supposed to do a null terminated string, and this is not really null terminated, so that's annoying, but I guess we can make a copy for now. You know, it's inefficient, but let's make a copy just to... what am I doing? gpa.dupz. Please tell me there's a dupz. Okay. Okay, this should make us happy. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Okay, we build, let's see. Oh, we already panic. Hard. Reach unreachable code. I mean, what? We did Zig build, right? I'm not going insane. I did save, right? When we create a document, we trim it. Maybe we should print source. Oh, no, wait a second. I know what the problem is. We're using bytes still around. God damn it. Okay, here's how we make it work. Okay, now we have fixed it. Because we were still using bytes in a bunch of other places. UF. That assert? Did I mess that up? That answer was like that all along. What did I do? What did I do? I think I want to diff two versions of this file. The current version that I have, and then I want to version this. Claude, help me. At in. Give me the give me the invocation. Hmm. Okay. Was older than newer, right? Oh, there we go. Perfect. That's what I want. That's it. Yeah, this is the entirety of it, man. Correct. That's the entirety of it. How are we tripping that assertion then? I think the problem is that this was a bug that was present before, and it was entirely about top level structs. I think I like just basically I kind of fixed it as I was doing things, and that's kind of it. Hmm. So we see a comma we call advance. What did we see before crashing? We saw dot identifier equals false, but we never see, to be fair, we never really see this comma here, because normally, I feel like I'm missing something. We have T1, T2, T3. That's T3, right? It's not a T4. Oh no, it is a T4. And then T4 does the comma. I see. So we should have advanced past the comma. Okay, I guess we want to know what is tripping that thing. Hmm. We still have a comma in there. The problem is that somehow we end up with a comma in there. Apparently. Out of curiosity, in a top level struct, do we break somehow on the third thing on T3 if we see something good? We do try to parse evade. We don't not break there. Also, this succeeded. Value false comma. That's fine. And then now we see struct body EOF, EOF, EOF. Okay, I think that what we need to do is, I think that assertion is just wrong. Like, I get why it's there, but like, if we get an EOF right away, it's a peak. It's not the current one. Although peak zero, I think doesn't mean current one. It's gonna mean, it still means the next one. Actually, I'm not sure. No, because at also does peak zero. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna comment that assertion out because I think it's just busted. Yep. Yep. That's perfect. Now we don't make silly mistakes. That's a better strategy. Hello, collaborators. How do you manage to write, constantly looking to your right? I have two monitors, one on my left, one on my right. And so, I don't know, depending on what I'm looking at, I'm always looking at one of the two sides. It's the price for having a camera in front of me. That takes space, unfortunately. Or like in general, you know, two monitors. So I guess no matter what I do, I would have to turn around. With a training comma. Top level starts with a training comma, and then wait, it's not two-step. Oh no, this was two steps code, was it not? For some reason, I thought that two-step was in Discord as well. Was it Travis? Oh my god, I'm dumb. It was Travis Taluk. Yep. Never mind. It wasn't two-step. Oops. I think it's this Travis in Discord. Man, hard to say. Hard to say. Yeah, it's this Travis. Cool. I would say this was a productive day. It's been a very long day. Lots of work done. We have Ziggy, honestly, in a dramatically better shape now. We even have CI, which fails, but that's fine. That's fine because we have this feigning test that we told our TOEFL about. It is our dev. Okay, so I wanted to look into this, but this is copywriting. It requires a bit of work, so maybe not now. Construct Ziggy AST rather than bytes. Uh, to construct a Ziggy AST object rather than directly writing Ziggy snippets as bytes. Then eventually you can see, man, okay, you know what? I don't have a brain right now for this stuff. I'm not gonna attempt. I just can't. I'm gonna stop here. This has been a very productive day. We basically now can, I think we can delete this entire subtree here of things. We now have better Ziggy stuff. Is it perfect? No, far from it. But it's dramatically better than it was before. And so now, then the current worst thing about the new self-hosted version of Zine is that it's broken and it doesn't work. So we want to, I think we want to circle back to this in order. So we did all this work, right? Because we wanted to use Ziggy from Zine and we wanted it to produce better errors and support a different way of dealing uh, with front matters and yeah, with parsing. And so the next thing that we want to do is yeah, re-implement more stuff instead of Zine. How are we doing in terms of snapshot testing? How are our tests doing? Oh, we haven't committed new stuff. Let's see. So we still have a bunch of spam. We need to delete these things. You know what? I'm gonna do this final cleanup and then call it a day. Okay, let's see how this works. So front matter content, index has lost a bunch of entries. That's correct. Validation errors is a new file. Wrong syntax is a new file. Now we have snapshot for front matter that should contain missing layout file. Yes, missing layout file. Actually, no, this is a weird duplicate. Oh no, are we having again weird? We're having again, I think, weird or not. Wait a second. Yeah, no, this should. Oh, now I think what's happening. Wait. Where's validation? Yeah, we're validating layout if it's empty. We don't want to do that. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, no more duplication. Correct complaint about error path. Well, bad path. Correct complaint about this. Correct complaint. Correct complaint. And then wrong syntax. Okay, wait a second. So we have missing layout file, so that works. Invalid value in aliases, invalid value in alternatives because of brand name, and then invalid value in alternatives, but then it's output. This is the invalid output path that it's basically our message has changed. That's good. That's like that's fine. Missing layout file, that's okay. So this is all correct. Let's see this other one. Doesn't exist layout. Doesn't exist. Then simple snapshot. This file is missing? What happened here? Wait a second. Something went wrong. We're not rendering this file anymore? We're not rendering this file anymore? Okay, so normal snapshots are fine, but we're missing these guys? Yeah, low by Fox. Sorry, I totally want to take a look at that thing. Sorry, at your PR. It's just that I'm like my brain is fried right now, and looking at copy is in some ways more complicated than looking at source code. So I cannot do that now. I need to go to sleep first. Sorry. So why are we not printing anything? These files are busted now. What did we do wrong? Let's diagnose this. Let's see what we did wrong, and then let's call it a day. So we do call we do want to see some logging here, I think. Let me see. Oh. 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 Is this what we want to do? Do we want to do the front matter offset? We want to skip that? Yeah, we definitely do want to skip that. That's true. That's true. And then we want to do the parsing. But how are we skipping? Let's see how are we skipping. Because... Have a nice day, low byte fox. Or whatever remains of it. We validate the front matter. Wait, no. We need to go in main. So run. We report errors. Then content parse errors. Collision errors. Template errors. And then we call page render. Which is here. And we have a print here. Page S is done rendering. Okay, let's watch this run ourselves. What's going on with it now? Oh, we crashed bad. Unable to find a Zig file. All right, never mind. That's actually correct. Empty. Let's build in single-threaded mode. It's not impossible to search Zig on Lobster. Wait, what's the implication? It's not impossible, I think, to do this also otherwise. I think. Oh, shit. Oh, am I dumb? Chat, I might be dumb. So here's the problem. This works in single-threaded mode, and it doesn't work in multi-threaded mode. And you know why? Because we're not waiting this stuff. In multi-threaded mode, we're not waiting. So that's the problem. So that's why. So I was testing before with single-threaded mode, and it was working fine. The reason why I'm using single-threaded mode is because there's somehow a bug that causes the markdown parser to get stuck for some reason. And I don't know how. What's the problem now, man? Integer overflow? Inside an arena allocator, we'd have an integer overflow? Inside an arena allocator, we have an integer overflow? How? While doing VM run. That's an interesting concurrency issue, my friend. So, oh no. I might be dumb. I might be kind of dumb. Oh no. Oh no. So I put the arena as a global. You can't have the arena as a global. It would have to be a thread local, but that's dumb. I hate thread locals. So let's not do it this way. Let's do it this way. So worker function has its own arena allocator, and we pass it to run one job. Which then passes it downwards as needed, including to render page. Doesn't this guy need an arena? Well, if he does, we'll learn about it in a moment. Then in single threaded mode, I guess we always create the arena and destroy it. Maybe. Or we could namespace it. We could actually namespace it. No, I think it's weird. It's complicated, so never mind. I wish that the single threaded one didn't have this issue. I guess we can do this. You know what? I guess we could do this. I guess. Oh, but there's build errors. Let's see. Here I'm referring to an arena, but I'm not accepting it. So that means the render page wants an arena now. Okay. There we go. Here's the lock. And it gets stuck in linked list every single time. In CMark linked list append. Why is this thing not thread safe? That is so annoying. It's always this. Linked list.c line 15. Well, when it doesn't poop itself, it's nice. Let's do again this Zig build. Oof, I think we're finally ready to call it a day. Zig build test, right. Oh, and there's also public that needs to be removed. Okay. So yeah, this is it. Much shorter. Oh, this is also annoying stuff that we want to delete. Maybe. I'm actually surprised. Some of these seems to be coming from Scripty. Oh, it's because we have like local versions of this stuff. Okay, it's fine. In any case, this is the diff that we looked at earlier, so this is still fine. And now everything else is fine also. So I'm happy with this git status. I'm gonna add the snapshot stuff to my working commit. So GCMN, and now basically we start with a clean slate when it comes to testing. Yep. Okay. Spam aside. Cool. I think this is it. It's been an adventure. Thank you all for hanging out. And yeah, tomorrow, I think that the next thing that I want to do is make my own website work with Zine, like my personal website, my blog. Start supporting all the features that I use in my blog, and ideally add tests for all of them so that we don't regress them. And in theory, with snapshot testing, this shouldn't be too bad. So, yeah. Also looking forward to see how fast we can get Zine to be with proper multi-threading. Like, it's so fast that you don't even see it in you don't even see it in well, and then it gets stuck. But you don't even see it here. We need a bigger website. Okay, so thank you all for hanging out. It's been a pleasure, and I'll bid you a good day. See you next time. Let me see if there's anybody that I should raid.